There's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel, évidemment.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Start learning a language today at Babbel.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Next to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com.
Hey!
A lot of stuff that I want to get to on the crossover.
Oh,
but
he's still in the street.
We do have to start with the man currently just walking down the middle of Dodge Street.
To be fair, he's now on the left side.
Yeah,
He's
but
near
it's
the
causing
snow.
the cars in the
Yes.
outside lane to slow down because he's in the street. He's not on the sidewalk.
Will he get
He
onto
was
the sidewalk?
walking. He was taking the death lane all to himself before. For
Yeah.
a
There
while.
we go. Okay, bye,
All
man.
right. Now,
Now
is he going to go down that street, 51st? Nope. Is he going to get on the side? There
Don't
we
want to
go.
go
There he
down that
goes.
road.
Down
Thank God.
51st Avenue.
See you later, friend.
Okay, he's alive.
And he had the perfect get up, too, because he was wearing a camo jacket. It kind of reminds me of like John Rambo. Did you ever see First Blood, the original Rambo?
Maybe a great movie club pick, John, because I have
Interesting.
not seen it.
Neither. I haven't either in its
Wow,
entirety.
There you go. What a great idea.
But he kind of had that drifter-esque,
Hmm.
hey, I'm just a
I'm just a bill.
just a disgruntled old veteran who couldn't get a job when I got
Bill.
back. It's a classic story.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say
Sitting
he's
on
wearing camo, so he's blending in and surprised the car didn't smash into him. Body's
Well, camo
flaming out.
today is gray and white.
Yeah, it is. Certainly is.
It's gray and white.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that excitement.
What's up, guys?
You have a lot of topics.
You guys are all back in the same room.
Man, it's nice.
Been a
This is
while.
fun.
Been a while.
East Coast John is back.
East Coast John is back.
He's got plenty of pizza takes. I tell you,
I
John.
only had one. Well, the 3 slices of pizza that we had. That's it.
I tell you,
That's all we
man.
had.
Two hot coffees.
I had lots of hot coffee.
And there's something
Man.
that's happening, with the officials, and it's maybe hotly contested.
Dude.
The amount of tweets that we get
Oh my
from people who are like,
God.
"Are you listening to John right now?" And I always say no because I'm usually not. I'm usually watching on television.
I want to listen to John, but somehow the stream for 1620thezone.com
behind television.
It's
Is it?
ahead of television. Remember, I can't pause our app. Cox Cable is so far behind that I am unable to pause.
Really?
So
John was behind television when I was listening for a brief
Oh,
moment.
that's
on
easy. Then you
Saturday.
just pause the TV and
Yeah.
you fix the TV.
But then I just decided to watch the TV.
Yeah.
And they were,
I heard some of John's calls today while I was listening to the Schick and Nick podcast.
oh yes, I'll
Yeah,
have
they
to listen to
destroyed
that.
me.
So you haven't heard John's
I
stuff?
haven't heard the insanity. No.
Capper, I was telling him when he got here. I said,
out of
I think my
control.
favorite stuff is still his it was the Baylor game, right? The one where you're like, and slow it
That
up.
was great.
That
stuff.
one was classic. But
Well,
what
it's more about what they did to it than
yeah.
what. we actually
Yeah, because you're like, slow it up, and then
No,
they
but
take
you
a
guys were
three.
both unhinged during that game because
Yes.
it was
Yes.
Creighton was unraveling
Yes.
things. And
Yes.
they were went on their run.
What John delivers from this game is among his finest work. I was listening and laughing out loud. I mean, audibly cackling.
Do you ever get concerned that somebody of importance may hear you given your proximity to the court?
I think about this all the time. The athletic director is to John's
I
left
know.
or right.
Just
Does he look at you like, what is this guy doing?
They're all usually shaking their heads. You got Mike sitting right next to you.
I mean, people were getting frustrated. I think the thing that helped, and I'm not making excuses for myself, but the closer I am to the action, and the more I visually see or feel the frustration coming from our bench,
You ramp it up.
It adds fuel to my already burning fire. Listen, I could be sitting in the last row of the last seat of the upper deck, and I'll be going off on the officials.
maybe more so. Who knows?
But yeah, I try not to go overboard, but then you get caught up in the moment. And it was such an intense game.
It was
Very intense game.
Very.
Lot of twists and turns, a lot of
Overtimes.
a lot of overtimes.
Three of them, in
many
fact.
fouls, some called, some
And-
not.
And it was, and yeah, first half there wasn't a lot, but all of the questionable, well, not all of them, but most of the questionable calls literally happened right in front of me, like from me to the door. When Ryan Kalkbrenner goes up between two guys and one guy's pulling at his left arm and the other guy's pulling on his right arm while he's holding the ball in the air.
Definitely a foul.
I mean, it's like
definitely 2 fouls.
and then Evan Burrows is just like, hum.
He has a comment about Mr. Burrows.
I'm Evan Burrows.
Josh Otson says the end of OT1, John just maniacally laughing. That was great.
That's what Josh was saying this morning. Yeah.
Well,
It's
I mean,
so
that's all I
funny.
could do. I mean, it was either that or, go off on a stream of profanities, but it was hilarious how bad it was. And I acknowledge, yes, I know there were calls that probably should have gone Seton Hall's way, like the 5 seconds.
Seton calls.
I mean, literally Baylor Shireman standing right in front of me as the 5 seconds are going down, and then the Jays call a timeout.
Yeah,
and fans are booing. I mean, it felt like more than 5 seconds. Not that I was counting. So I acknowledge, yeah,
I know all about 5 seconds.
But this was an all-timer in terms of horribly officiated games.
Oh, it really was. It was a farce.
It was really, really, really bad.
That was a farce of a basketball game, for sure.
So,
which makes it more amazing that Creighton was somehow able to win it. I'm like, I don't know how they're going to do this, but then they did. They won.
Yeah,
that didn't really make a lot of sense. They were able to do so.
So
all right,
good.
I have to hear John's calls then. So they're succinctly.
They're all saved in our system.
You are going to laugh. So Happer, it is so funny.
Do you know where or how?
Well, it's not in that system.
Oh.
It's in the FTP folder.
By the way,
okay.
Somebody wondered earlier if we archive. Do we archive the full games?
No, we do not.
We should upload them to the
archive
1620 The Jays
the full
podcast
games?
feed.
I mean, we could, but I don't.
At school down the road, they archive their games.
They do.
It would allow for people to hear John's calls.
Maybe
I guess,
put them
but
on
then
podcasts
but then you would want to do some editing, not edit out stuff, but just like make it more like
Do, like,
listener friendly.
the
I think you would
NFL
have. I don't know if you'd have to edit out the commercials or not or anything. It's just
Peterman could do it.
That'd be awesome. If you could just go re-listen to John's games.
We could have an archive on our website. We could archive Gary's calls of UNO.
Gary.
We could just have a nice section there. You could go to our website and click on them.
Creighton and
man.
yes, UNO.
It's a great
Well,
idea.
We like people going to our website and clicking on things.
Mhm.
There would have been no chance for me to do it yesterday or Saturday because I was middle seat boy. So.
I don't think it'd be up to you, John. This would be out of your
I know,
hands.
I know.
I hope. At least I would hope.
I'm happy you were able to make it home.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
welcome
we
back.
were, and able to watch all of the playoffs. It was wonderful.
That's lovely.
It was wonderful. I mean, I didn't realize this because I haven't flown United in years.
Oh,
Commercial, John.
And
John hates the
T-Mobile
pores.
has free internet. So I was
that's
able
right.
to
Yeah.
I was able to pull in the Ravens game. And then later, then we found out, and this was weird
Not
because the
Nick's
first
movie.
plane we took was a 757, and it was it was a newer plane. And it had the entertainment system, but it was all on demand stuff. There wasn't live TV.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The second plane, because we ended up, the planes got changed. We were supposed to fly through Chicago, and they rerouted us through Denver. So
Oh,
I literally
no.
flew over my home
Oh,
in Fremont, and I
no.
could see out the window, and I could see Lincoln as we're flying home
That sucks.
and then coming back.
You should have been like the what's that guy from the 70s when he just jumped out of the
Jumped out.
plane.
Yeah.
you
Oh,
should have
FTP,
DB
what's
Cooper.
the
DB
new-
Cooper.
yeah,
You
right.
could have been
Why didn't you just
new
jump out?
DB Cooper. I don't even need to steal any money. I just want to go home.
They could have dropped you're on the way.
That's one thing
Could've.
that now, in your case, you don't really have a choice and you're not paying for it. So that helps. But like, whenever they want to do that to me and I have to go a completely different direction just to get, I just say no.
Yeah.
I'll take a different route.
Right.
Oh.
I will take a different plane
Yeah.
or I will drive. I will do
Well, this
something
was
else.
going to be
I'm
the
not
only
going to
way we got
Denver
home on
to
Saturday.
go to Chicago.
Yeah, this was the only way we were getting home on Saturday.
That's it. That's all you had.
But
Very principled in that
but
way.
the second plane, so the plane we took from Denver to Omaha, an older plane, but it had direct TV
Mm.
in every seat.
Wait, Direct TV
It
or
was
Direct
actual
TV?
Real
direct
DirecTV.
TV.
That's awesome.
And so we were able to watch the end of the Packers 49ers game.
Very nice.
I'm just imagining a satellite dish hanging off the side of the plane.
Man, it gets in the way sometimes. Birds
It
hit
was
it.
very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. to be
I
able
love
to
it
watch
when I go somewhere where DirecTV where they have it because I still remember all the channels. So I'm like, oh, 206 ESPN.
nice.
Well, this was
209
goofy because
ESPN
it
too.
was, because the Fox channel was like 95-47 or something.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah,
never mind.
it was, I don't know. where they-
42 in Omaha.
on Southwest, they just give you a certain amount of channels for live TV.
Mhm.
But if you're watching on any of the network channels, they give you like the New York affiliate.
That's what we had. We had the
You
New
watch,
York
like,
feed. We had
New-
Fox 5.
you watch New York local news.
We did.
between
We watched the
sporting
New
events.
York local news.
Yeah.
And I was still disappointed. I never did find out what happened with that police car chase that we
Wow.
saw.
Oh, bummer.
I figured Southwest would just like punch you in the stomach and give you one of those old portable.
No,
TVs.
Southwest is the people's airline, man.
Okay.
It's good stuff.
It is
Yeah,
good.
when the computers are working, it's the People's Airlines.
Yeah.
That's
Other
true.
times you get stranded at the airport during
Yeah.
Christmas.
That happens occasionally.
Yes,
People
it certainly
forget.
does.
So there you go.
What
there,
a week.
There was the excitement of the week.
You're going to be here all week. He asked me that. He goes, John's going to be in studio all week long?
Well, not tomorrow. I'll be at the arena.
Ah!
That's an earlier game.
Oh, back to jail.
Curses.
Thanks for screwing it up,
well,
John.
Yeah, I enjoyed hanging out with you today, John.
Well,
And I'll see you Wednesday.
Neat.
And I'll see
be
you
back
Thursday.
Wednesday and
I'll see
Thursday
you
and
Friday.
Friday at the
One
Hope
beer
Lodge.
Friday. That's right.
Yeah.
Wow, what a week
We'll be
it's
at the
going
Hope
to be.
Lodge.
What a week it's going to be.
All right.
At least I'll be in the same time zone.
That's nice.
Literally, when I landed in Denver, my watch, which is
My
synced
watch.
to the Fitbit, was still on Eastern time, and the phone switched over to Mountain time. So I literally had Mountain time on my phone, Eastern time on my watch,
In Central Time. in your
until I
brain.
got back to Omaha, and then I was able to sync everything up back
Oh,
to
wow.
Central time.
Wow.
So I was very confused because I was trying to figure out, all right, so what time's the Packer?
That's too many time zones for one
The
day.
Packer
It
game
is.
starts at this. And I was very confused.
John emails in and says, finally, John was able to fly commercial and didn't have to suffer having too much leg room.
Yeah.
Yes,
Good
famously,
point.
John
I
had
did
too
not
much.
have. That's the thing. I would have liked to have sold some of the leg room on those other flights.
Trade it for leg room.
Yes.
Leg room later.
Wow,
draft,
that's a good-
a player to be
yeah.
named
So
later.
Rob
John's
Anderson and I
trying
would
to
get on this last
sublease
flight from Denver,
Leg room.
right? And it's not a full flight. The whole exit row is empty.
Hmm.
And and we stayed in the terminal so we could, because there was like a key moment. We were actually watching both the Packer game and the end of the Villanova UConn game. So we ended up boarding at the very end. And as we're walking on, the whole exit row is empty. And we're
And this
like,
is United still?
yeah,
Like,
and
this
we're
is
telling the
great. We'll all
stewardess,
sit together.
hey, do you need someone to sit in the exit row? And the stewardess is like, no, there's more people left aboard. And I'm like, no, there literally isn't. We were the last two guys to get on. We got in at the end of the line.
Mm.
And the whole flight,
Sounds like your impression of your wife.
Those exit row seats sat empty.
Wow.
I was very triggered.
So they
You
were
should
And then the
be.
49ers
I
won,
was
and then
very
I was
triggered.
really triggered.
Oh, man.
Well, once you're in the air, can anybody stop you from just sitting up there?
Oh, I'm sure they would have thrown a fit.
Would the air marshal just tackle you?
I have no idea.
I mean, physically,
I wasn't
don't
going
think
to fight
anything's
it
gonna
at this
happen to you,
point.
But
You know,
You should have been like, what are you going to do? Throw me out of the plane
it's
over
only
Lincoln?
an hour
you
flight.
don't want to cause a ruckus.
Yeah.
You know, it's an hour flight.
Yeah.
Back home.
I mean, I managed not to get thrown out of a basketball game. I didn't want to get thrown off an airplane.
Understandably so. Yeah.
I wanted to stay undefeated for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right, let's move on to the next thing.
Okay.
Which is
Another drifter walking down the middle of Dodge?
Oh, no, this one's actually different. A different drifter. This is a tweet from Nick Grimm
Drifter.
From when?
Saturday night
Oh,
at 10:23
I know what this is
PM.
going to be.
Uh-huh.
Oh, did I miss this?
You
You
may
did.
have, John.
Well, here we
Even
go.
though I had internet and I
Yeah.
was able to look at my phone.
Well, here you
Ended
go.
up at an extremely horny leather industrial show tonight.
Yep.
Period.
Yep.
Nick, there was a group
End
chat
tweet.
of mine that had many a discourse about this.
I'm
Wait,
sure there
what?
was.
And then I was like, I almost
you like
made
me to
it.
read it again?
Yes, read it one more time, please.
John
Ended
is
up
disappointed he wasn't there.
At an
Horny?
extremely horny leather industrial show tonight.
Mhm.
Hmm.
End tweet.
A horny industrial
Leather industrial show.
John has a lot of questions.
Yes.
I do have a lot of questions.
Will
Where
John
can I
get any?
find one?
What is this horny industrial leather show?
Hmm.
Band artist called Plaque Blague, I think, instead of Black Plague.
Plague?
No, Plaque Blague.
That's what I'm saying. Instead
Yes.
of Black Plague, it's Plaque Blague.
Yes.
Nice.
Very
Cool
normal.
name.
Very
Very
cool.
cool name.
Hard
Of
to
all
say.
the names that
Yeah.
people have added over the years
I
to their,
know.
hey, this would be a cool band name. They could have used any one of those names, but instead they went with Plaque Blague.
Yeah.
Dyslexia
It's
version of
hard
Black
for me to
Plague.
say.
Okay. Anyway.
Yep.
Okay, so
tell
that's
us
the
more.
first question.
Yeah. So
What's
that
the second
answers who the
question?
band is, but what made them industrially horny?
Should we just play 20 questions with this tweet?
What
Ooh,
made
that's a
them
good idea.
industrial horny?
Amazing question.
Let's go. 20 questions. Let's go around the horn, Josh.
Okay.
I don't really have one, honestly. I was totally unsurprised when I saw this. I said, yep, that sounds about right. Nick posted a selfie he took with someone on his Instagram page, which
Were
I think would
there
answer a lot of
whips?
questions for what's going on here.
Were
Interesting.
whips involved in the show or anywhere
question,
on the
John.
set?
I didn't see any whips.
The other thing I thought of was, classic. Nick's not watching the divisional round on
I
a Saturday
actually
night.
was.
On a Saturday night.
What
I
kind of
was.
music does Plaque Bleg play?
Industrial.
What
That's
does
the
that
industrial
mean?
part.
That's the.
It's 9 Inch Nails. You ever listen to 9 Inch Nails? It's that
Yeah.
kind of
It means there's a lot of chainsaws, riveters.
a lot of
That's
Tim the
music.
Tool Man sound.
Gung, 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 gung.
Yes,
No, it's
hammers
just
hitting steel beams.
it's like 9 Inch Nails style of music. That's industrial. So that's the industrial part.
All right.
Were there any people in bondage or tied up?
Not in bondage or tied up. There was a person attending the concert wearing like a leather executioner's mask.
Classic.
Are you sure
Yikes.
they just weren't honoring the memory of the 1980s tag
Oh.
team Demolition?
You know what? That's fair. I don't.
I think you were going to talk about the character from Pulp Fiction.
What?
Or who's the ultimate bad guy in Road Warrior?
I never saw
Lord
those.
Humongous.
I only saw Mad Max Fury
Lord
Road.
Humongous, I believe, also wore this type of a mask.
Amazing
okay.
Jenny says, you saw me then and didn't say hi. Well played, Daniel.
We're on
Very
to
well
question
played.
number
Was
8
there
here.
any sex being had
Yeah.
on stage?
During
no,
the
there was
show.
no sex on stage during the
But
show.
what about
what
off
made it
stage?
horny? What made it horny?
Yeah.
Outfits.
It was the outfits for sure. A lot of leather.
Assless chaps?
Yes.
Assless
Well,
chaps. Like
This
I
isn't
said.
my
Horny
this is not my kind of scene.
I don't
I'll
think
be
it's my
honest.
kind of
Josh,
scene
it's
either,
not my
Josh.
scene either.
Well, it is now, Nick.
Well, yes, you were there.
I
yeah.
was there.
You
Nick
had-
is of this.
And you had no idea that this was possible as you went in. You literally went into this blind
Not
about
super-
Plaque Bleg.
Not super blind.
Black Bleg.
Because I had never
I'm
heard
almost
of.
scared to say that because I'm afraid I'm going to
Yeah.
say something.
I
Yeah,
know.
you get canceled.
Yeah.
John
I-
got canceled.
I
today.
had never heard of Plaque Bleg before, and before the person I went with hadn't either. So we looked up a description.
the
and-
person.
It said it was a leather industrial.
Chris texts in, Plaque Bleg is dope as hell. Put on a great show. I did, Nick, hear from people this weekend again in that aforementioned group text that was going on that said that is an enjoyable experience.
It for sure was
And
an
I said,
experience.
nah, I'm good.
Whose idea was this?
I'm tired. I'm going to bed. It's a Saturday night.
So the aforementioned person I'm seeing,
Mm.
their friend was celebrating their birthday this weekend, and they wanted to go to the show.
Mm.
And then we went to show support for their friend.
Support.
Do you find any irony that on a week where you had to have your mouth deloused, that you went to a band who has Plaque in the title?
You know, I didn't think about that,
Okay.
but yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Good. I think we're on like 14 now.
Yeah.
Did you have fun?
I did. It was a cool time. It was for sure a new experience.
His voice went a little higher though when he said I did. So I don't really know.
Because I don't
I
don't
don't know if I
What?
believe him.
I don't like the music. It's not my scene. I'm used to going
Mm.
to like indie and rock shows, so I didn't know what to. I can't dance. I wasn't about to
Made a girl at a rock show.
throw down.
She said what, and I
Outside
told
of
her
the-
that I didn't know.
Was there a
Nice.
mosh? Was there a mosh?
There wasn't a mosh. There was a lot of, I don't know. There's a name for the dancing, but a lot of that kind of dancing
Don't know what that is.
just in groups together.
I don't know what.
Yeah,
this
I
is.
don't. That's all I got.
Dave texts in, technically, John, all chaps are assless. Their
Mm.
pants otherwise.
It's true.
Well, but all right,
It's
what
like
I
saying,
mean by
it's like
assless
saying
chaps-
ATM machine.
I
Right,
guess
but-
I
but-
couldn't tell if the chaps themselves were assless. The last two
MLB
songs they
baseball.
just came off. And it
Yes,
was just a leather thong.
I realize that the assless chaps, right? The chaps themselves don't cover the ass, but when we use the phrase assless chaps, it is to describe the fact that there is nothing or very little on underneath said chaps to expose the buttle cheeks.
Yes,
The ass.
the buttle cheeks were
aforementioned.
exposed.
True.
Were there
ass.
any other sexual things outside of buttle cheeks being exposed?
Oh.
Not exposed. Like he wore a leather jacket without a shirt on.
No,
He had
what about the people, though?
I
See any nips?
It was very dark, and there was a lot of strobing lights.
Did the
Lordy.
person
Smoke.
that you went to the concert with want to sit on your shoulders and take her top off?
No.
I've seen
Okay.
one
It wasn't that
topless
kind of
woman
show.
at
Did
a
any
rock
other
show ever.
girlfriends want to sit on any other boyfriends and take their
No,
tops off?
see, it's not that kind of show. That's the kind of show that's the environment I'm used to when I see a show. This was just a bunch of people gyrating.
Who's that band that sung Sex on Fire?
Kings of Leon.
Kings
Yeah,
of
so I was at a
Leon.
Kings of Leon Avenged Sevenfold twofer.
Oh, that
one time,
sounds sick.
And this woman just took off her shirt. And I was
Yeah.
like, I've never seen that at a
Avenged
concert
Sevenfold
before.
is pretty close
Dude,
to
they were
Black
s-
Bleg.
Yeah, I
Not-
had a,
I mean, it's getting there.
I had a great time.
Their new
Definitely
album
closer
is
I
to
was
pretty sick.
way
Not as
into
close to Kings
Avenged.
of
You ever heard of
Leon.
Avenged Sevenfold, John?
Uh-huh.
I was way into them in college.
Their
Oh,
new
yeah.
album pretty good.
Yeah, didn't one of their guys die?
Yes, a while ago.
The
How-
singer?
No, drummer. That was
How
around
did
the
you
Nightmare
not
era.
Stay with music after this experience.
Because now I am a podcast.
I understand that, but you don't. I mean,
I'm imagining a live
unless
podcast.
you're listening to some different podcasts that I'm not aware of outside, unless maybe I don't know.
Send you what Bill Simmons
Stuart
is talking
Mandel is wearing assless chaps.
I'm imagining a live
sex
podcast
podcast?
where somebody
I'm just curious
starts
how
flashing.
you transitioned away from something you really enjoyed, and now you're just like, I'm done with it.
Good question. Can't really explain it.
Is it kind of like how we all grow out of Sesame Street?
Yeah, how we grow out of new music. That maybe I think
Okay.
that's just
There's
what
no
happened.
boobs on your podcast, though.
No.
right?
Well, I don't know. Bill Simmons is a pretty big boob.
Hey-o! Well
Nice.
played, John.
Thank you.
Well played.
We got any
That
more
guy
questions
really
about
hates
this?
Pat McAfee.
Well, I just,
Bill Simmons.
I guess I understand if one person is wearing assless chaps. But I don't know if horny, I mean, it would seem
Well,
to imply that there's a lot more going on than just one dude not
It was
wearing.
the dancing. The dancing was extremely horny from the performance.
Did you strike up
Oh.
any conversations with any of the other concert goers
Not really.
about their lives?
We are
No.
now a visual medium.
We are.
Can
I'm
you-
not. No, I can't.
Well, I
I
need more
physically cannot.
context. Otherwise, I question your use of the word horny.
like
Mm.
it was a lot of stripper dancing, stripper type of dancing.
So there were a lot of poles.
gyration.
Not poles. It was just a lot of gyration.
Polish.
Very good dancer.
Polish
I
dancing.
couldn't do that. Just a lot of
Lap
Polish
dancing?
dancing.
Like the opposite of what John Harbaugh did in the locker room.
Like air lap dancing. Because I mean, the guy was on stage the whole time, but it was just the way he was moving, his movements, very smooth, very low, some dipping.
I think that's 20 questions.
yeah,
All
we
right, I
got
was
you.
just
Next
curious.
concert.
It was an experience.
I
I
still-
wouldn't have
Okay.
gone to it otherwise.
Where was this?
Was
Was that the Peppermint Rhino
no, it was at the waiting room.
or Spearmint Rhino or what?
Experiment.
Waiting room. Close.
Double Mint Rhino.
Nice.
Okay.
It was an experience.
Okay.
Any
Nick
others?
loves
And for this, you
I
missed
do
one
love
of the better
experiences.
playoff games.
No,
of the
I
weekend.
actually did watch it because the on our way, because they didn't live near Benson, so I was in the car watching it while we were driving there. And then I had the score open while we went into the thing proper, but by the time I was in there, the game was almost done anyway.
Yeah, but that was the best part. The end of the game.
I watched most of it.
Okay.
I promise I did watch most of it.
So this was a late concert.
Yeah.
Well, the tweet was at 10:30.
The tweet,
Oh, well, okay.
the-
Were you the only person who cared about football in this event?
I don't know.
You may
Good
have
question.
been.
Maybe.
Anybody else have any takes on Jordan Love?
Because
Yeah.
the show itself started at 7, but there was a bunch of DJs before, but we only went for the headliner.
Did you feel any irony knowing that you were watching a game featuring Jordan Love while experiencing something horny?
Ooh, great
Interesting.
question, John.
No, but also good.
Mm.
Do you
Good
regret
question.
not asking the concert goers their takes about football for video content?
I do now. I didn't think about it.
You just gone up, hey, what did you think about Anders Carlson missing that kick? And they would have been like, what are you talking about? I'm horny.
How do you feel about Brock Purdy falling apart and Green Bay having a chance to come back and
Brock
win it?
Purdy's tiny little hands. He can't throw in the rain. Should could have asked all those people those questions. They probably wouldn't have said those
It's
things.
true.
But
Well, I'm glad everyone had we haven't. Well, yeah. How was your guys' weekend? You've heard mine. You've heard his.
well, it's good. I went outside one time.
Oh,
Yeah, I vacuumed my car.
I'm going to wait until it's dry outside to start doing that. I was
Yeah.
thinking on the way into work today, at what point do I need to wash my car? Because I need to wash it, even though
Yeah.
I know it will then get dirty. And so
Yeah.
I think my play is going to be to wash it before the sun comes out next week. I think this week it's going to be cloudy all week, and people are going to, I'll wait till it gets nicer. I think I'm going to do it on like Thursday.
I did a bit of an intermediate wash.
Yeah.
Like, just in between. Like, I know it's going to go away. I know it's going to be dirty again,
Yeah.
but it felt really good to get the gunk off
Mm.
this
well, it
past
depends.
week.
Do you have plans this weekend? Are you going anywhere?
I'm announcing a basketball game on Sunday.
Well,
and I
maybe
will
then
then
your
go home
play.
and watch football.
Maybe your play is wash it Friday after the Grum,
Yeah.
and that way it'll stay clean if you're
Until
not going anywhere
Sunday.
Saturday and then Sunday.
Yeah. And then it's going to, next week it's going to get nice. It's going to be in the 40s.
But I mean, with the clouds, I don't know how not much of this snow. I mean, Mount Happer is in no danger this week.
Not at
It
all.
sucks. It's like it's warm enough to melt, but it's just not sunny
there's
right
no radiant
now.
heat.
It's like this morning, the sun rose. I was like, "This is awesome. This is going to be great." And then it went away in 30 minutes.
are you
almost
guys going to
need
do your
to-
video?
Yeah, next time it snows.
Okay.
For sure. It'll snow again. Don't worry.
We almost need the horny gyrations of Plaque Bleg
Mm,
outside and that heat to generate more snow melt.
That would heat it
not
up.
a bad idea. My weekend was good though. Too fast as always.
Yeah.
The football was
A lot of
mostly
football.
football's mostly good.
Mhm.
I got sad that football's almost done. 3 games left this
Why
season.
you always think about how football's
counting
ending.
down.
He loves
counting,
countdowns.
Counting down to the end
He's
of the season.
countdowns.
Someone put out I don't know if you guys saw this after or near the end of the Lions game yesterday, that there are, counting the Chiefs game last night, 4 football games left, and 3 of them will be announced by Nance and Romo.
That's a bummer.
We have
man.
3 games left now, and 2 of them will be announced
I'm getting
by
sad
Nance and
that this
Romo.
might be the end of Greg Olson and Kevin Burkhardt. Like
Yeah.
that, they might have 1 game left ever.
Well, I mean, what
That's-
happens with Romo? Could Greg Olson go to Jim
To
Nance
CBS. See,
Yeah.
here's what I think is going to happen. If Brady is going to come in and he's like, I don't want to have another analyst in the booth, I think Olson might end up at Amazon. I think that might be the play.
That'd be a bummer.
I think. Because he has an out. He has an out that if he gets kicked
Right.
off of the number 1 team, he can leave.
Which seems like it's going to
Because
happen.
like ESPN's not going to get rid of, Troy Aikman, obviously.
Is Al going to stay at Amazon?
So he has 1 year left on his deal. So my
Can
hope
they
is-
still tell Tom Brady like no thank you?
No. I mean, I guess so. I mean, they pay him a lot of money.
See, I still think Brady ends up in the studio.
I think Brady's his ego's too large. I think he's gonna be calling games. He's doing practice games right now.
Okay. With who?
I don't know. Himself doesn't have anybody in his life right now. His son that he kisses on the lips.
Wow. So are you implying that if he and Giselle had stayed together, Giselle would be the
Maybe
play-by-play?
Yeah. and
Practice
yeah,
play-by-play.
yeah. Hey, honey, get in here. Call this game.
Be pretty
Man,
funny.
Nance and Romo, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
They're not very good anymore together. I
Yeah.
liked them in year
No.
1. Their chemistry is awkward.
Completely
It's
agree.
very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And the other game this weekend is what? Is who? Fox?
Is
Yeah.
Burkhardt and Olsen. Yeah.
We have one.
Could be their last game.
We have one football game with a good broadcast crew left this year.
Yeah.
Josh's countdown is on.
Very sad.
It's okay. Pitchers and catchers report in a couple weeks, Josh.
That's true.
Sure, you're
So
excited
now we're
for that?
counting down to Farron being a regular again.
Hell yeah, we are.
This year, I think I'm going to borrow questions from the baseball people in my life. I'll text him
I'll
being
be
happy.
happy to
I'll
send you
text Mike
questions.
Schaefer. Who else do I know that
Wow.
talks baseball? And then Kevin Kugler. Like, hey, give me a baseball question for Mike Farron.
Okay.
And it'll be like about
Mine'll be
a
about the
a
Royals.
second closer on the Reds. And he'll be like, whoa, that's a great question, Josh.
Why are you
You think
checking
the
it
Reds
out?
need a second closer, Mike?
Why
Farron?
not? What do you mean?
If you asked that question to him, I would be very curious about the response.
Please do write
Like a
that
real
down and ask
baseball
What
him.
do you
question.
think about the second closer?
mean,
for
actually
Reds?
write that
Do you
down.
think is the Reds back into their bullpen? Are you sure about that? Like, is that going to work? Like, you
I
should
should
ask
just,
that.
I should just start doing that about like every team. Just say something random. What do you think about the 4th pitcher on the Mets this season? I'm a bit worried about him. And then he'll say, "What's his name?" And I'll say, John.
Hey, he pitches for the Royals now. He's the second
John,
guy.
who's
His
the
name
4th
is
pitcher
Seth
on the
Lugo.
Mets?
Someone who's going to
Wow.
tear his
His UCL.
UCL here in another week or
I
two.
thought John was of baseball and he can't
Mm.
even name the 4th pitcher for the Mets.
Like I said, he plays for the
You know,
Royals now. His name is Seth Lugo. He's the second guy in their rotation.
It's funny you mentioned this because I was trying to remember which year it was. Maybe it was the next year because you mentioned the Reds and how many relievers.
I love asking about the Reds for some reason.
Remember how many relievers?
People forget they
Farron
used to
has?
open every season. Remember that? The Reds
Yeah.
would have like a 1:00 game and it'd be on ESPN. Who was the guy who used to hit home runs? Adam Dunn? Remember Adam Dunn for the Reds?
I do.
Yeah, there you go. Baseball.
Many people remember Adam Dunn.
John, do you remember Adam Dunn?
Of course.
What's your favorite Adam Dunn memory?
I don't have many.
All
He
right.
hit it out of this whole stadium that one time.
Okay,
you
well,
later.
here's something funny for you. Right? You just mentioned the Reds and their multiple relievers. I was trying to remember which year it was. In 1989, the Reds bullpen included Rob Dibble, who was a closer.
He hosted a show with Dan
John
Patrick.
Franco, a closer,
James
and
Franco's
Kent
dad.
Tekulve, a closer.
Don't know that guy.
Kent Tekulve was like he was the submarine. He would
Oh,
Like,
was he the OG submarine guy?
it was
Like Byung-Young Kim?
I think
Not submersible
Was
guy,
he
right?
Josh is
before?
amazing. This is so great.
there was Montgomery for not Montgomery. Who am I thinking of? The old Royals closer from many years ago.
Quisenberry.
Quisenberry.
Yeah.
He and Quisenberry basically had. I'm trying to remember
That
who
sounds
came
like a
before
fake
who.
name. This is like a
Dan
name.
Quisenberry.
It sounds like a name that
Dan
the
Quisenberry is
manager
a real thing.
in Rookie of the Year would have called him. Gardenhoser, Quisenberry.
I love your baseball takes, Josh. This is great.
Yeah, Young Kim.
Also,
He
John
blew
Frank-
Nick
John
some World
Franco
Series games in 01.
went on to
Wow,
be
horny.
a very old man playing baseball. He pitched for like 15 more
He
years
did.
after that.
Oh wow, is he still alive? Is he with
He
us?
is. He's
John
very
Franco,
much
I
Is he
think
with
so.
us.
of life?
He is
Josh,
of
I
life.
believe so.
When baseball season comes back, you can bring back your weekly baseball thing.
Weekly baseball. Oh, baseball. Just joshing.
Yeah, we can bring that back.
I did have fun.
That
You gonna
ended
be
up-
high on Boston
that
College
ended up-
again, or are you picking a new team?
Yeah. You were just telling everybody how good Boston
Colby was
College
before quizzing.
I will say that baseball just joshing definitely peaked in like week 2 or 3 last year. Because
Yeah.
at first I did something about
You were like, Baylor sucks.
Yeah, I did
That's
something
baseball.
about
and then he
Baylor.
rode that basically for the rest of the year.
I did. I will admit
No
that
way
I-
Baylor's coming to Omaha.
that was fun. Yeah.
We'll
see.
bring that
Remember
I
back.
like
right?
that segment.
Yeah, I did too. I don't know if we can bring it back. I don't know if the sequel
Why
will be as
not?
good as the because again, it just was me talking about Boston College and Baylor every week.
Well, but
Pick a new
but
college.
now you
Different
pick
things.
new things.
Boston College. They were good.
They were. You
I
called
really
it.
wanted them to come to the college.
I
World
know you
Series.
did.
That would have been awesome.
We got
They get
oral
beat in
though.
the regionals.
Odson says Josh talking baseball is one of my favorite things ever. Like for some reason, I have a lot of knowledge about like 98 until like 04.
The amount of times that baseball comes up and you will just reflexively mention Young Kim is pretty
Do
astounding.
I mention him a lot?
Yes,
Oh,
you
wow.
talk about Young Kim a lot.
Man,
We need to
01
start
World
a
Series,
Bun
that was
Young Kim
wild.
count.
I'm still mad at my parents for making me go to bed during Game 7, but then waking me up to say, hey, the Diamondbacks won. Just let me stay up and watch the end of the game.
See, I don't remember that game ending that late.
They made me have an early bedtime back then.
It
What was
must
your
have been.
It was
bedtime?
after
8?
9/11. You had to go to sleep early. I don't know.
Go to sleep early because the terrorists might hit.
Yeah, and then Sean McDermott was
Terrorist
taking
fairy.
notes.
Oh my God. Oh, no.
The terrorist fairy?
Early to bed, early to rise, so we can beat the terrorists to
Yeah.
their prize.
Yeah, come on, mom and dad. Very disappointing. And then they did the same thing for Mark McGuire breaking the Roger Maris home run record. I might be a
Okay, so
diehard
now
baseball
hold on
fan.
a second.
That was
That-
before 9/11.
Yes, that was famously 1998.
Yes.
Right, but that happened. There was
Dude,
still daylight.
I had an early bedtime back then. I don't know what to
That
tell
was
you.
like 7:00.
Yeah.
yeah, it
Okay,
was-
it wasn't that early.
I
My parents make me
distinctly
go-
remember that there was still daylight.
They usually listen to this show.
Hey,
So
Google it. What time did Mark McGuire hit his 62nd home run?
I gotta look this up.
That's a great. I mean, it
'Cause I
was
could
definitely
swear that-
night.
61.
I'm sure it was a 7:00 start in
So-
St. Louis.
So now this is September and the sun is setting earlier, and so it definitely was dark though.
probably
when that
think
It
home
was September 7th,
the
yeah.
sunset.
which
probably
the sunset is still like at like 8:45.
I was thinking like
Mm.
8:30.
I think the sun sets earlier than that in September. I think we're getting closer to like 7:30 by
Closer
that
to 8.
point. in
Oh,
time.
whoa.
My
You
guess
think
is
we're
I had
before
like
8?
an 8:00 bedtime.
What time is the sunset in September?
September is I don't know. It has to be after 8 in September.
September.
It's
St.
after
Louis.
8.
All right, I'm gonna look up September sunrises and sunsets.
St. Louis.
Okay, John. So what day was it on?
September the
7th.
8th.
Oh, you said
September
The
8th.
8th was when he broke it.
So September the 8th this year, 7:19 p.m. is when the sun will set.
Wow.
So at the very least, it was after 7:19 ish.
okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah,
Really?
I think I had an 8:00 bedtime, but maybe it was 9:00 and it happened. Did it happen later in the
I
game?
believe it happened later
What
in the game.
inning was it?
Hang on, I'm looking.
I think it was later in the game,
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
baseball.
It doesn't even
reference.
say on here.
Here, I'll go to the baseball reference page, John. All right, let's see.
He hit it off Steve Traxel.
Okay, real
Steve
fast.
Traxel, yeah.
And it was like it was his shortest home run of the year. It barely got over the
Yeah, it
wall.
was a wall scraper.
So the Cardinals did not score a run until the bottom of the 4th inning in that game. Was that the home run?
It
could
doesn't
You
say.
should ask Farron about Steve Traxel next time you guys talk.
View game
Steve
recap.
Traxel.
Are you on Baseball Reference, John?
No, I'm
Okay,
on
here we
Wiki.
go. Here we go. Play by play. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Bottom of the
You just go to the box score, the
4th.
home runs.
Okay, so it was in the bottom of the 4th inning. So by that point in time,
It's been probably about 8:00.
the Cubs had scored 2 runs. So maybe the game was a little slower. I guess the game duration was only 2:46.
You were in bed by 8:30.
Yes.
You were in bed by
That home run
See, my-
had to have happened by around 8:00.
That's why I don't like baseball. Thanks a lot, Mom and Dad. I could have
Because of
been a
your
diehard.
parents?
I could have been talking about the 4th reliever for the Cubs.
All this time I've been saying, if you'd have pushed back a little bit on your old man, you'd be rooting for a better football team.
Yeah.
You didn't push back on that, but you pushed back on baseball because they made you go to sleep early.
I guess so, yeah.
Your life would be much better right now if you'd have pushed back on the old man and said, no, I don't want to be a Cowboy fan. I want to be a Ravens
I want
fan.
to be a Chiefs fan.
Did you get to
Their
watch?
fans are very normal.
Heck, you know what? Beings that you were once from Michigan, you could have picked the Lions.
Lions fan.
and have more NFC Championship game appearances
Then the Cowboys.
than the Cowboys.
Plus, no one hates the Lions, so you guys would have been nice to me here today. Like,
Yes.
congrats to Josh.
What
you and
about
Chance shaking hands
Oh,
emoji.
going back to
man.
the 2001 World Series? Did you
Oh.
get to watch Byung-Young Kim blow the
Hell
other
no.
two
I
saves that
was
he had?
way asleep by both of
hap-
those games.
I mean, those happened like
It would have been
late.
remember
Yeah,
Derek Jeter was
'Cause Jeter
Mr.
was
November.
Mr. November.
Yeah,
that was
So
after
you don't even know.
9/11.
You don't even know the lore of Byung-Young Kim.
Yeah.
You
You-
had to find
claim
out
to be
about
the
it on
bo-
Sports Center the next
Young-
morning.
You know,
Young Kim
you know what?
fan.
He listened to a podcast.
Remember
Tino
S-
Martinez
remember
hit that home run.
Scott
Byung-Young-
Brocious?
Scott Brocious
What a
in
name.
Game 5.
Scott
Yes.
Brocious. He had a great swing. That was a cool home run.
It was
Yeah.
a great home run.
Yeah.
You missed it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
were in bed.
And then I missed game 7. But then the next year, you know what? No bedtime anymore. Then I could stay up as late as I wanted.
And you watched Barry Bonds hit that home run in the
I
O2
did want.
World
I do
Series.
remember the O2 World Series because they had the,
The Thunder Sticks.
The Thunder Stick.
You
And
watched Troy Gloss hit a
And
home
Darren
run.
Erstad caught the
Darren
final out.
Erstad. I was rooting for the Giants in that World Series. I'll be honest. I wanted Barry Bonds.
Oh, I was definitely. rooting
You were
for the
like, oh
Angels.
man, Troy Percival. I
Yeah.
hate that guy.
What a name, Troy Percival.
There you go.
Who's that? Did they have the pitcher Mark something? Did the Giants, or was he on the A's? At that time?
Zuckerberg.
Who's
Mark
The,
something.
did the A's have a pitcher named Mark in like 02?
Mark Mulder?
Mark Mulder.
The
He was
A's.
not on those teams.
He wasn't on the A's. Wasn't he a part of the Moneyball team?
He was on that team, yes, but not those
yeah, but
two
the
teams
A's-
didn't play in
A's-
the World Series.
yeah.
No. I was just talking about the O2 A's for some reason.
Miguel Tejada.
He played baseball for the A's.
Had nothing to do with the World Series. I just
Jeremy
wanted to talk about
Giambi,
the
Jason
2002
Giambi. Remember Jason Giambi and his long scraggly hair, but then he went to the Yankees, and then they had to like.
Did you call his hair gross like you do to poor George Kittle?
Yeah, he probably stunk too. I think,
Actually, Jason Giambi does.
aren't
look
there
like
some
he's-
weird Jason Giambi? This is going to go all the way back. Sex stories out
Oh,
there.
hey.
I think there are. I
Hello.
think he had some stuff going down back in the early aughts.
Certainly
I
possible.
think I read something about him and backs. I don't remember exactly what it was. Let me do a
Backs?
little-
He likes
him-
backs.
I think he liked backs, or he would do something to
was
them.
Well,
into
guess
backs.
what?
I mean, you know,
There
some people do
is
other
an
things.
entry into the Urban Dictionary
Oh.
called the Jason Giambi.
Oh no!
I will try to read as much as I can. Well, wait a
I'm
minute.
hovering over the dump.
That was about steroids, it looks like. I'm going to just search
Uh,
Jason Giambi backs.
To do a
Oh,
Jason
okay. Well,
Giambi.
this isn't that bad. It's the Urban Dictionary. Jason Giambi is a steroid taking a-hole.
Oh.
So someone who takes steroids and is an a-hole is a Jason Giambi,
Oh, wow.
according to the Urban Dictionary.
Barry
I
Bonds,
feel like
he's
there's a
Jason
lot of
Giambi.
people who take steroids and are a-holes, though. Why did he get singled out?
Hang on.
Oh,
Now
play
we
for the
have
Yankees.
another entry. Jason Giambi is a type of
Yes,
sexual
that's the
maneuver
We're
Where-
so excited.
This is the one. I think I read it on a
Where-
subreddit one time.
a man
Yeah, I don't know how much you want to get into this on the air, John. Children are in the car. School just got out.
yeah.
What does he do, John? What does the man do?
he
Can you do it? Because on the
He-
YouTube, that's internet. Can you act
he
it out with your hands?
delivers something
Oh,
Yeah.
in a certain place,
okay.
then
Uh-huh.
devours
Oh,
something,
Classic Jason Giambi.
and there you go.
Okay.
all right.
So he's basically like a DoorDash guy who delivers the
But
food,
then he eats the
but he
food.
eats
Eats
to
the
you
food?
and then eats the food in
Give-
front of you.
Give me those McDonald's fries back.
Yes.
I want them in
Yes,
my mouth.
that is what
That
it
is
I would give that
disgusting.
slow reviews.
I would like to now submit something new for the Urban Dictionary. The new Jason Giambi is a DoorDash person who delivers food to you and eats the food in
I
front
think
of you.
there's nothing stopping you from making that entry. I think you
Amazing.
could just do it.
John, amazing stuff.
I'm
the
trying.
DoorDash.
I'm trying my
Very
best.
well done.
Amazing.
I performed
stuff.
the DoorDash. last
Kenneth
night.
says dudes can just sit around and name random Oakland A's from over the years.
True.
Hell yeah, we can.
Certainly could.
Yeah. Barry
Shane
Zito.
Tobin,
Remember Barry Zito? His curveball.
Whee,
I think
big
it's sweet.
curveball.
70, what isn't he like 75? What was the number?
It was up there.
Yeah. It's good times.
Carney Lansford,
Oh wow. Mark McGuire.
Yeah.
He was an A.
Chad Bradford.
Reggie Jackson,
Who's
Raleigh Fingers,
Raleigh Fingers, yeah.
John's going back to the 80s.
Gene
Yeah.
Tennis,
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's a good one. Dennis Eckersley.
Dennis Eckersley.
There was the catcher from Moneyball that they wanted to draft, and I can't remember his name now for the life of me. He was a
Just
college.
everything's from Moneyball.
Clemens, something Clemens, maybe. Wow,
All right.
what a crossover!
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Is it the first with John? We've had multiple Happy New Years without
Oh,
you being
yeah,
here
that's
lately.
true.
See, I don't know if those should count.
Wow,
The
can't
weather
believe
we
book
all
was
need to
pretty
be
epic.
here.
You
Yeah, the-
missed the weather book.
I listened to that one last week. It's very, very funny.
I just think it's anyway.
No, well, I feel bad sometimes when we have Happy New Year's without John.
I would feel bad if we had happy hours without either of you.
Well, it'll happen. One of these days, I'll take a vacation. It is unlimited after all.
That's true. Vacation is a construct.
Hell yes.
I won't be here on Wednesday, by the way, so don't do a Happy New Year on Wednesday.
I'm sure that'll be a great show.
Wow.
All right.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. That's the crossover, and we move on next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy with areas of fog this Monday afternoon with a high today of 35. Overnight tonight, expect fog and cloudy skies continue with a chance of wintry mix after midnight. Freezing drizzle possible for your Tuesday morning, a low of 31 with fog also likely. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard for the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard for the roofery. Make the right call.
1620 The Zone is on location Friday, January 26th at American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska, in support of the Creighton Pinkout Game, a free home away from home for cancer patients and caregivers. You can find details on 1620thezone.com and at cancer.org/pinkout.
John Bishop here to remind you that age is just a number. Just because the calendar says one thing doesn't mean you have to feel it. Over half of all men over 40 experience a form of ED or lower sex drive. If you are one of them, there's a place to go for discreet professional help, hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is also online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Churco. Receive two $25 gift vouchers for just $25. From fresh pastas handcrafted daily to house dry-aged steaks and focaccia bread baked daily, Churco is perfect for date night or any night. Churco features crafted unique cocktails as well as an extensive Italian and American wine list. Churco, located at 192nd and Q and CIRCOOmaha.com.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com. This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okay, we're down to a final four. Plenty of takes on yesterday.
Oh, we got takes all right.
And hourly snow melt update.
It's melting. It's a little warm right now.
Yep.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to a week that's not so frigid.
Dude, isn't it incredible how 30 degrees or whatever it is feels nice?
I wanted to wear a baseball hat today.
It does,
but
there's enough snow cover that if there's just a little bit of breeze, it cools things off rather rapidly because, that wind is basically just blowing over the top of all that snow. And it just, I noticed that yesterday as I walked outside because the thermometer said 28 degrees and I had to take out the trash and it was like, damn, it still feels like it's like 0 degrees. But slowly but surely, my friends, we can't get rid of all of it in a day.
No, we cannot.
And it's better, and at least we're able to move around and drive on this stuff, right?
Yes, I'm just happy that we have gotten past the negative, 20 degree.
Yes. Agreed.
Negative
boys.
The negative boys. It is better today than it was a week ago.
Yes.
It sure is.
Agreed.
Now, is winter done? Of course not. It's
No.
January 22nd, but I just hope that fewer and further between are the days of I don't remember, and maybe it's just recency bias, that much snow and that cold at the same time overlapping. We're just stacked on top of each other for 2 weeks.
It doesn't normally do that.
Yeah. The
2 weeks.
The thing I remember the most is a few years ago when it was a week of negative temperatures and then it had snowed right before that. But
yeah, not great. I'm happy it's done.
I am too, and I'm happy to be back here in studio with y'all today so we could have somewhat normal week of programming.
Yeah, we're happy to have you back, John.
On the program.
We missed you.
And here's your Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. I guess it doesn't matter where the game is played. If your name is Mahomes, Patrick. Detroit roars into the NFC Championship game. Did you know that the last time the Frisco Niners played the Detroit Lions in a playoff game, do you know who the Lions starting quarterback was?
Oh, they showed this yesterday. Crap. It was like in the early 80s.
It was 1980, the 83 season, 84 playoff.
No, the only old quarterbacks that I remember from Detroit, like before the aughts, are Scott Mitchell, a lefty.
Oh.
And that's it.
This person is a noted television football analyst.
Noted television football
who will be concentrating on a new league next year versus the one he's covered for about the last 15.
Who's that?
Gary Danielson.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
Gary Danielson was the starting quarterback that day, threw 5 picks.
Interesting.
It's a lot of picks.
The Jays conquer an indescribable game. That's what people were trying to do after the game was if they were describing they were trying to describe the St. John's game last week as a mud wrestling match. What would this game be described as?
It was wild.
It was
Triple
wild.
overtime. I asked it to you off air. Have you ever done a game that long? And you
Nope.
said, hell no.
It's a lot of overtimes.
It was a lot of overtimes.
Yeah.
Will NU win put UNL back on tourney track? See what I did there?
Because they beat Northwestern, who was NU. Yeah.
Will it put UNL back on the tourney track?
Oh, man, you're going to make people mad. They don't like it when you call them UNL. They think it's you poking and prodding.
No, I was
Jay's
I'm
boy
just
John.
having fun with the
Poke and prod.
initials. That's all.
Yeah. Plus, we, as the Grum, do not acknowledge Nebraska as NU. Nebraska is not NU. They're not Nebraska University.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's just what they are UN.
Not the United Nations.
Not the United Nations.
Speaking of that game, I'm sure Jack was caught up all in his nostalgic feels because it was a reunion. Danny Nee was back.
Plus a recap of staying up late and watching the Friday night Hawaii thing.
I'll admit, I'm going to admit right now.
Oh, no. Did you watch the whole game?
No, of course not.
Sicko.
Dear God.
Just the first
And
three
if I
quarters.
would have probably jumped out of my hotel window.
Oh, wow.
I'm happy you didn't.
Because I turned over 2 times. Two times.
To the game?
2 times.
That's 2 more times than me.
The first time I turned over, and it was during a commercial break in Seinfeld, which was running on Pix.
Which episode?
Oh, God, I knew you were going to
One that wasn't funny.
I
none of
believe
them.
it was the one where Kramer is swimming in the Hudson River, or East River.
Oh, nice. Seinfeld.
Anyway,
What a show.
the first time I turned over, It's when they're showing a graphic of all the turnovers.
It seemed like
there
it
were
was
like 5 turnovers on one side and 6 on the other. And I said, wow, this game is hot garbage. And then I was like, I'm going to switch back and watch the rest of the commercials and resume Seinfeld.
Was it a football game or a bakery?
Then I switched over during another commercial break in Seinfeld. And there was a pileup, and it was a scrum for a loose football.
Yeah.
So literally the 2 times I switched over to
You
this
saw
game,
turnovers.
I saw a graphic about turnovers and a turnover itself.
Wow. Seems like a horrible football game.
It was.
Imagine spending
had to be. I hate to
spending
judge
your
a
Friday
book.
night watching that.
I hate to judge a book by its cover, but
John would rather have gone to Nick's horny thing.
I bet you would have liked it there.
More than the Polynesian
I
bowl.
don't like being packed in with a bunch of crowds.
Well, that's the
and
thing. It wasn't
sweaty
very
drunk
packed
people.
in. It wasn't very packed in, John.
Mitch Sherman with The Athletic will be here.
Nice.
It is free samples day at the Hot Take Market.
Yeah.
It's always exciting when it's free samples day at the supermarket. Today is free samples day at the Hot Take Market.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh is enjoying the free agent life, and the internet is undefeated in Missouri.
I didn't realize they had the internet down there. Congrats to Missouri on finally getting
Let's still dial up.
Everything
That's
has
the
to
dial-up
do with
code.
things in Missouri or Missouri itself.
Okay.
That's the internet is undefeated. 402-951-1620. The 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house.
Nice.
Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, banking is personal and phones are answered on the first ring. And the the Twitter thing, the X thing, the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Yep.
Brought to you by JTech Construction and Solar.
Nice.
So how did we do this? Are we doing this where Jack is joining us next?
Yeah, he's joining us next.
Oh,
Just
okay.
keep rolling.
Yeah.
We got time.
We have a little time.
Yeah, we
got
do.
a lot
I mean,
of
he is in
time.
the green room if we wanted to talk to Jack.
Yeah, we could probably get some.
I mean, there's
weather book
only
stuff
there's
in.
only so many breakdowns of Eric Piatkowski hitting a half-court shot at halftime that I could.
That
need.
did happen.
I saw that. Very cool.
Yeah.
But I
he's
don't know if I need a breakdown on it. I mean, the guy was called the Polish Rifle back in the days when you could reference someone's nationality and attach it to a nickname.
You want to bring
Those were
nicknames
good
back?
times. I like the Polish Rifle is a great nickname.
What's Ryan Kalkbrenner's
I just
heritage?
think of a sausage.
I don't know, but you know what I found out about Ryan Kalkbrenner this weekend? You know where his hometown is?
No, that's what
It's St. Louis.
Okay.
Missouri?
I heard him talking about
Call him
baseball.
the internet's undefeated Kalkbrenner.
I heard him talking about baseball, and I was like, I don't need to hear your Cardinal propaganda, to which he told me, no, I'm a Cub fan.
Oh, wow.
I said, you grew up in St. Louis and became a Cub fan?
It's like what-
I have even more respect for you.
It's like what you wanted me to do with my dad and the Cowboys. He did that to all of his friends. He
Yes!
spurned them.
Which is why I got really pissed off when they fouled him and they didn't call it.
Well, let's see what nationality he is.
If
his
he'd have been
family
a
is
Cardinal
from.
fan, I would have said, good no call.
What if
Seton
he's-
Hall basketball.
What if he's Swedish? You could call him the Swedish meatball.
Mamma mia.
Why would I call him a Swedish meatball?
You want nicknames based on where their family heritage is
and food.
Yeah. I mean, Polish Rifle isn't
That's
so much
fair. I hear Polish and I think of the sausage right
Yeah,
away,
well,
so that's the word association getting to me.
Rifle Nick was because he was a shooter.
He was a very
good shooter.
The big iron on his hip.
Yeah. Riley does point out that Tominaga is literally referred to as Japanese Steph Curry. So, John, see, they're bringing those types of nicknames back.
I don't have a problem with it.
I
If the
know.
person who is involved in the center of it is fine with it, I am
Where's
fine
Stephen
with it.
Ashworth from?
Oh, crap.
What is it, John?
Kalkbrenner's German.
Oh, God!
Oh.
The under!
Well, we didn't say it yet.
I should have assumed that. I mean, it does
Kalkbrenner, very
sound
German
true.
name. All right, what kind of nickname do we want to go with?
No,
here, John?
no, time for a break.
Good to Jack Mitchell.
We can give Jack time to be happy about Iowa
real
losing.
quick. So he was the who was Eric Piatkowski? What
Was the Polish Rifle.
Polish Rifle?
Because Piatkowski
German.
is Polish.
What are those?
Bomber?
No. What was the gun called? What's the gun from back in the day?
You're gonna have to be
The
a little.
Luger?
Germany had a lot of guns.
German
Luger.
Call him the Luger.
Well, he's not a shooter. He's a guy.
Also,
I mean, he shoots occasionally,
Josh,
but he's more in the post.
You know who used the Luger?
It's a gun. It's from Germany. I'm just asking
from
the
Germany
question.
in a very specific time
I
period.
mean, he's noted for his ability near the rim and blocking
He
shots.
had what, 7 or 8 on?
He had 7 blocks.
Okay. What is there something?
Let's call him the Blitzer.
Let's call him the Wall. The wall full of
The
blocks.
Berlin Wall.
Yes, call him the Berlin Wall.
I don't think the Germans.
But
put
it doesn't
that wall up.
exist anymore.
Well,
and that was a bad thing. They tore it down. Remember, Mr. Gorbabov, tear down this wall.
Tear down that wall. I'm just trying to help. You wanted nicknames based on nationality. I'm trying to help you out with a nationality-based nickname.
Ashworth, by the way, is English.
English?
All right, call him the Crumpet.
Okay. Why all Nick? They don't have to be food related. Piekowski's not related to food.
No. I'm hungry.
Apparently, Nick had rice again for lunch. He's starving right now. He's starving. All right. Let's see what Jack wants to talk about.
Hang on a second. I want to look up one more.
You're going to look up one more?
What?
Who are you looking up now? What's Doug McDermott and his dad?
Well, that's
Greg.
Irish.
Okay. Well, you
Mick
could do something with
McDermott,
that.
Irish.
Yeah, you could do something with that.
Let's see. Well, I know what Jack is. He's Dutch.
Jack Mitchell?
Just going to call him an old wooden shoe.
Nice. Very nice.
All right. Continue this.
Let's do it.
Very awkward conversation.
Let's just go to break. Let's be smart here.
What nationality is knee?
Oh, wait, we know
Knights who say knee.
Monty Python.
Monty Python. Danny Nee, Monty Python.
There you go.
The odds of Danny Nee having watched a Monty Python movie are very slim.
I can hit this button at
He
any
would have.
time.
He would have thrown a. I can't even say it because I can't do my Danny Nee without throwing out swear words. But I guarantee you, Danny Nee would have been like. By the way, they are adding to Mount Happer.
Oh, you ain't.
See, in Lincoln, they use the front end loaders as recreational vehicles. In Lincoln or in Omaha, they actually scoop snow and add to Mount Happer.
Yeah, they must have the over on our stuff.
Well, does that still count as the original Mount Happer though, since new things are being added
Yes,
to it?
yes, it's the spot,
It's
and
the spot.
that's the spot where Mount Happer is. As long as there's snow in that spot, it counts.
Gorbabov.
1620 the zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Looking for a new pipe or premium THC flower? Go to any 42 Degrees location and pick from the largest selection of quality glass pipes and premium THC flower. With buy one, get one 50% off sale, there isn't a better time to stop in and talk with our knowledgeable, friendly, and professional staff. 10 convenient locations and buy one, get one 50% off sale. Why shop anywhere else? 42 Degrees. Buy your mom's house.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more, up to $100. Ends 2/10. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
The Home Depot makes it easy to shop and save on appliances in-store and online. Enjoy savings on top brands like GE, LG, Frigidaire, Whirlpool, and more. Find kitchen appliances with helpful features like customized organization, and save time with laundry appliances that have faster wash and dry cycles. Final days to get up to $450 off select appliances at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid January 4th through 24th. Gas ranges and dryers extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans. We're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders. We're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham's the water of meats.
Next message before we get to Jack from Trent. You guys never cease to amaze me. What a bizarre segment. Trent, you're welcome. Thank you.
I didn't think it was that bizarre. Was it that bizarre? All I did was make reference to the Polish rifle.
That's
Eric Piatkowski, who fired off another shot on Saturday.
Yes,
that was pretty cool. As I was sitting on the plane with my free internet,
nice,
waiting for the next playoff game to start, I said, "Oh, Eric Piatkowski makes a half-court shot." I'm like, "What?
Yep.
What is this from? Like the 1994 Big 8 tournament?"
Were you on the plane by that point already?
Well, I was on Twitter.
Oh, so it was like an old.
Yeah, it was like I was scrolling through Twitter, between games.
Oh, do you do the For You feed?
I would do both. I flip back I go back and forth. The For You feed, I like the For You feed on Twitter because I see things that are like tangentially connected to people I follow or subject matter that I've occasionally found many interesting things from other folks that I don't follow. But I think it was in the For You feed. I don't remember whose video it was. It may have been like Kevin Suits at Channel 10, but someone had video of Pike hitting the half-court shot. I was like, well, that's kind of funny.
Well, I only ask because I was listening to your broadcast of the Creighton game as I drove to the Nebraska game, and it was still in. I didn't even hear that it went into overtime before I got out of the car for that game. So, 3, yeah,
3,
yeah. You seemed unhappy with the officiating though in the part that I had listened to. It's fun that I get to come on here and we get to go back to the game that I watched and had things to say about and look back at when I sounded and looked like a psycho. Today we turn the tables.
Ooh, do you have a PowerPoint presentation for us?
I wish I had, but
I only tweeted once about the poor officiating.
Oh, it wasn't really your Twitter
on them. It was your Twitter in real life, as we call it. Speaking.
Yeah, actual speaking.
My entire family didn't really even want to get out of the car because we were enjoying the end of that game so much. Simply your reactions to it. So I feel like we've really
because they thought they were listening to their father.
we really have had a role reversal here today on the show. I had a nice, calm, normal weekend, and you had a psycho weekend.
But remember, we are kindred spirits. Bad calls matter. And there were many bad calls that mattered on Saturday.
But your team won in the end,
they
John.
Did.
So it's
they
okay.
did. They overcame said bad calls.
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, they certainly did.
Yeah, it was quite the experience, to say the least.
Hey, Jack. Speaking of this weekend, we had some more really cold days, and you and I famously have made weather predictions over the years as two separate entities. No one stole bits from each other. We have our own ideas. Do you feel comfortable in predicting that sub-zero high temps are done for this winter?
Oh, don't do this.
No, I will say what I've said to you before.
Okay.
I believe that there is a non-zero chance that winter is basically over. Now, I know there are a lot of qualifiers in that statement.
Yes, there were.
I believe that there is a chance that winter is basically over. I mean, what does that mean? It's a little bit in the eye of the beholder to some degree. But I'm telling you what, Josh, as I know, and probably John has been looking at the forecast, the long-term forecast. I mean, we're into February and we're talking 50s at this point at the beginning of February. You get that snow melted and all bets start getting off. Got to get that snow melted, but then all bets are off. But we are due some rando 65, 68, 72 degree days in February this year. Patch a few of those together, barely anything left. So it's within reach.
Well, it's basically spring, says Jack Mitchell. It's basically spring.
Think of me as the groundhog, 10 days early.
Okay. When is Groundhog Day?
It's
10
days,
February.
11 days. 11
Okay.
days from February 2nd.
You really do need to open this weather sports book because I would make a lot of money off of it.
You want to take some of this action?
I would take this action. I mean, winter is Just
Not
because
done,
the
folks.
snow disappears, even
But
if Mount Happer
sub-zero
disappears,
days, John.
doesn't mean that snow won't come back.
Is this
and it won't
something
get
for the
cold again.
list?
I
Is
think
this quantifiable?
I'm with Jack. I think high temps being sub-zero, totally done. There's no way we're gonna have a day.
Oh, yeah.
High temp
Yes.
is negative 1 degree or worse.
I guess to actually answer your
I've done this
question
correctly before.
To answer the actual question, yes. The answer is yes. I think that is done. What do I mean that winter is basically over? I mean, could we have a day with a high of 22? Maybe.
That's
maybe.
winter. That's winter.
Maybe.
That's
But
a cold day.
One day, sun's out. Listen, we learned this week that our bodies, apparently, now that we've toughened up, 20 degrees and sunny is now shorts weather for the way we've been acclimated now.
Jack,
Like, we
I
are now
got to
tough.
work and it was 30 degrees and cloudy, and I felt overdressed. I felt very comfortable outside. I said, wow, I'm already used to it.
I got out of my car at like 5:30 this morning, and my body now involuntarily like tightens up because you're about to feel that first bite of that cold north wind. And it instead was like this south warmish wind, and it was 30, and it was like getting off the plane for spring break in Miami. It was unbelievable.
Friends,
what a time to be alive.
I feel like a disclaimer at this point is
It's
necessary.
over.
When these two weather nimrods, and I've worked with both of them for extended periods of time listening to this crap. When these two weather nimrods condemn us to another frozen hell in a few weeks, please do not hold this Grum, this radio station, this company, because we all work for the same corporation, accountable. It is just the views and expressions of these two nimrods, these weather nimrods.
47 degrees, John. Look at that thing.
That's
that he's
only
showing.
10 days.
Yeah, but then 10 days from now, we're in February.
Meteorological winter is still got like 2 months left.
We're basically a little ways into February at that point. You get the snow melted by then, sun comes out. The earth starts warming upwards is basically how it works, and that changes the weather. No, I mean, like I said, winter could be over, could be basically over.
This is awesome. I'm you know what? I'm really happy that Jack is here to help us get through our long national nightmare.
John, you know what the thing is? Josh and I like to cheer people up too. We like to give people
I don't like to give people false hope.
It
I just
doesn't
don't
matter.
make predictions based on the weather.
Look, if they get a month of good living out of it, does it really matter? No, right? If we improve their mental state for a number of weeks and they're kinder to their family and coworkers
All
and
they have to
pets,
do is look at the forecast. They don't need to listen to you guys prattle on about this and then make these bold, ridiculous predictions that you can't back up and have always been wrong about. How many trips around the city have you walked in your life now because of your failed weather predictions?
Wow. You are really not focusing on the positives of what your co-hosts have done.
Thank you.
I just think for the emotional
you've done
health.
a lot of positive. You've raised a lot of money for good causes, and for that, I say congratulations. But at the same time, you've caused this false hope. You've
false hope.
Unfortunately, inflated the hopes and dreams of many people on many sides in many communities.
But if
into
everyone
thinking
says
that their frozen hellscape was done,
But John,
and then it wasn't.
If everyone says that we're idiots and we're always wrong, how did we raise any hopes? You shouldn't be listening to us, apparently.
No, we shouldn't be listening to you.
Let Jack and I be happy and excited about our future being warmer than our past.
You two need to go just stand out in the middle of Mount Happer over there and just talk to each other about these
Or
things.
that guy who was in the middle of the road.
Or yes, be like the guy who's
You know what,
walking in the middle of
Josh, let me ask you this question. Since I've made the bold statement that winter may be basically done.
Bold. No qualifiers.
Very bold statement. There is a non-zero chance winter may be basically done. How close are we to the snow is done? Where I know you haven't made it, but where is that on your
we're not close. We're not close to that.
What are we talking? Mid-February, right?
I think we're gonna have snow into March.
Oh,
this
you're
year.
going to have him talked into it by the end of the week.
I think we're gonna have snow.
Josh, that's not the game we play here. We just talked about the game we play here. If you wait till March, what good are you doing for anyone?
Wait, you want me to make an incorrect prediction? I've looked at my models. I've looked.
What? You want me to make an incorrect
Josh,
prediction?
I think
That's
we
like
just
saying, what? You want me to go to the bathroom?
Josh, I think we just pulled the curtain back. Okay, I need this by Valentine's. I need this on Super Bowl Sunday. That'd really be a good way to get into the day.
That sounds incredible.
The forecast, if it looks right, you could do it. Let's just hold off on making any
Okay,
promises that
no
you're
grand
not going to
predictions
do it.
today, except I will say this. I will say that sub-zero high temps, done. Those are long gone.
Done.
We have made it through the worst of winter. Now we just have to deal with more snow. There you go.
Wind chills of 30 below, done.
Done. Totally done.
Done.
Totally done.
I think
See you
Amazing
next year.
Daniel does an
does
amazing
he
job of pointing out pictures, Jack, seeing his shadow, and then going on a rant about it rather than going back into his hole.
There you go.
That's basically where all of this leads. Jack will go on a rant about it and then go back and not go back into his hole.
No, you're the one who's ranting.
Yeah,
Remember?
you're the one who's ranting. We're
tables.
I'm just trying not to feed our audience with false hope. It'd be like me last night at about 8:45 saying, Bass has got this. He's not going to kick this one wide, right?
Oof.
Man, I knew it the second, man, it was the Bills and they're lining up. I was just like,
I
had
felt
a
the
bad
same way.
feeling about it.
Man,
Yeah.
I had a terrible feeling about
I
it.
just had like Scott Norwood flashbacks immediately.
And it didn't help that Jim Nance said, wide right. Not like Bills fans haven't heard that one before.
Oh, man.
And then they show that Bills fan that is crying and putting his hand over his eyes. I felt horrible for that guy.
Dude.
Absolutely. My stomach is sick for that guy.
Okay, but can I ask a question? And this probably, the Cubs and the Red Sox were kind of the poster boy for this most of my life growing up. But like, how much do we kind of like that this always exists and it's something to talk about going into the season? Like it's always exciting to see the Buffaloes and the Detroits in the playoffs because, like, this might be a great moment for their fan base, and it's not, and you're kind of glad because you can talk about it again next year.
I mean, there's some truth to that. On Saturday, Stibbs was very happy. I met up with Dave Sims, the voice of the Mariners. He loves Dave.
I was
Sims.
so confused when he tweeted that out. I was like, "Who is this?"
And the
random
Mariners
man?
are kind of that team, right now in baseball.
Yeah, they have never won a World Series. They've never been to a World Series.
In college basketball, it's probably
Oh, you see. Yeah, Jack, why do you like it? You root for one of those teams.
Listen,
I think that's why he likes it, because he likes to have common shared pain.
I think people like it. I think people who are not. Sometimes I say, like, how could you hate or how could you cheer against Nebraska? I think those people who do it, I think that's part of the reason why. Like, it's hard to get rid of. We enjoy, if we don't have to experience, we enjoy seeing people experience getting close to the goal and never getting it, ever. And I don't even know, you'd say Nebraska basketball's got close to the goal, but you know what I mean. The Bills of the world, the Lions of the world.
Sorry,
the
Mike
Cubs of the
Schaefer.
world.
Sorry about your Guardians, but Jack enjoys it when you get to the very edge of the cliff and then, fall off.
Do you not kind of? You're lying to yourself.
John does.
Oh,
What do you mean? I do.
2015.
What do you?
When the Guardians.
That was my team that won.
I know. I'm saying you enjoyed it though.
I was heartsick that we had to play. I didn't want to play the Indians. I wanted to play the Blue Jays.
If you have no dog in the hunt,
Or
don't
Rangers.
lie to yourself. Everyone kind of enjoys continuing to have these stories go on and on. It was a little, the Red Sox and the Cubs got
Dallas Cowboys, absolutely.
The Red Sox and the Cubs got so much less interesting after they won World Series. I mean, it's true. It's
The Red
true.
Sox are way, way less interesting than they used to be, and it's not even close.
It
I mean,
was-
that's a solid argument. No one
Yeah.
talks about the Cubs anymore. We just
I
find
do.
the Cubs annoying.
I'm wearing their
Go
hat.
away, Cubs. You already won. Who
You
cares?
only get one moment of like all of that excitement, and then it's all over and it's all done. But instead,
I am more than happy.
I know,
to
but you have a
ditched
dog in
that
the hunt.
in exchange for the beautiful World Series that we
Now,
Mm.
a good
we'll
good
win
question.
again soon if we ever make any moves in the offseason.
No, good question for me is I kind of like the Lions, and I've been, if they would get into the Super Bowl against especially the Chiefs, am I really cheering for the Chiefs over the Lions? I don't think so. But on the other hand, like, I'll take what
Don't disrespect them.
I'll take whatever result I get. Don't disrespect who?
The Chiefs. What do you mean? Don't disrespect who? The one team that we're not allowed to disrespect.
That's right. Their fans
Don't-
get very angry.
Don't disrespect
And they
them.
tell you to eat poop.
Yeah, over and over and over.
Yeah, what has happened with the Chiefs fan situation locally over the last 5 years?
Stop
10 years?
Here's what it is. You mentioned a certain someone, John, a few minutes ago. He was right. He saw them for what they were when they were a sad sack franchise. Our dearly departed Mike Stibbs went to a Chiefs game as a 12-year-old. Grown men telling him to go F himself. Grown men.
And he was a child.
I'm Millennial Stibbs. Yeah, he was a child. He was right. He said that they always had this in them. If they ever had success, you don't want to do this. It's like Sarlacc's pit. You don't want to open this up.
I know.
And sure enough, he was right. So that's what happened. I think every fan base has this in them, but wow.
Well,
They really have-
but when
they've
there's a
taken
lot
that
of them.
baton, man. They have just taken that baton.
But I made the observation, Denver Bronco fans were not like this in the 90s.
Yeah, when they won 2 Super Bowls.
They weren't.
Is that because it was pre-internet though?
The internet probably helped. But remember, we've always been surrounded by them. Bronco fans and Chiefs fans are among the most popular fan bases in this market.
I have a follow-up question, John. Has there been any NFL fan base then that's had like a little mini dynasty that has been that? I know you don't like the Cowboys, but it wasn't because of their fans during the 90s, was it? It was because of their coke snorting.
Because I hated them since
Right. It was because of their coke snorting players, right? But I don't.
Allegedly coke snorting. Thank you very much.
But like, were 49ers fans annoying during their run?
But you know why? You know why it helped the 49ers? Because
They have all the Nebraska guys.
That was me.
Because of
That was
Tom
me. That
Nebraska,
was me.
Roger Craig.
Hey, did you know they were Huskers on their nameplate? That was so cool.
yeah, and I wanted to see the Giants knock that crap right off their helmets and send them back to the locker room.
Sad. That's sad.
Once they cross over to the evil side, there ain't no turning back. That said, Roger Craig should be in the Hall of Fame.
How did people feel about the Packers when they got good in the 90s for the first time in decades?
Yeah, were people annoyed by their fans?
Annoyed by the Packers?
No, but was anyone
Only
annoyed?
Vikings and Bears fans in this area.
Yeah. and
Was
they were-
anyone annoyed by any fans pre-internet? I guess is my next question.
Great question. Unless you lived behind enemy lines, I
Right.
guess you probably had very
Yeah.
few takes about
Yeah.
you know.
That's a good point. I mean, the internet does make this a lot worse.
Yeah.
Like-
There's no question about it.
We can go back to Nebraska football and like there was a disdain for Oklahoma, but there was not Oklahoma fans necessarily,
It was
right?
Colorado fans, right? That was the first
Okay,
kind of
Colorado fans. That's right. Yeah, Colorado
a
fans.
lot of stories about urine bombs and slash
I'm trying to think.
tires.
Yeah.
Right,
like-
but they were on their side of the border and we were on our side of the border.
It's just-
it's
it makes
different with pro sports because we don't have a pro team, even though the Chiefs are the closest.
It just makes you realize right now in the social media era, it is so much about a team's fans being annoying than it used to, because you get to hear from them constantly.
Right.
Yeah. Greg and Lincoln says, here's a hot take, and I actually disagree with him. This is not a hot take. He says, most diehard fans of an NFL team, not just an NFL fan that leans towards a team, are generally insufferable. And I would agree. NFL fans in general, I think, are wild creatures.
Then I'm the only sufferable person in this room right now, in this virtual
What are you
room.
talking about?
He's the
No
only
NFL
Oh,
team.
because you don't have it. Well, you're a Royals fan.
Well,
But
he
that's
said
not the
NFL fans, John.
Oh, but I thought you were referencing just pro. That's true.
No, he's just
No, I
saying
was
that.
referencing Greg's specific text. That was a hot take.
Well, I
That
mean,
wasn't.
Text from the 402 says Patriots fans were absolutely terrible at their
Okay.
peak, and we live nowhere near Boston.
That's true. I think that's true.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Right, but again,
We worked with a Patriots fan.
there weren't as many of them.
Right. And it
I mean,
was
there is a plurality of Chiefs fans in this market.
and
not
it was
a
still
majority, a
more about Belichick and Brady and just I don't know.
There was
It
a Boston mindset too, like that mindset. No matter where you were from, it just seemed like all Patriots fans kind of took that mantle like with them. Like, yeah, we're
Right.
going to be insufferable.
But how
too.
many Patriots fans did you know in your life?
Yeah.
We worked with 2
That was it.
during the dynasty.
But that
we
was it.
literally worked with 2.
But
I knew
that
a
was
few
it.
back home.
See, but I bet there's a lot more of them now than there would have been when you were growing up. Though now they're probably Chiefs fans because the Chiefs are good and the Patriots
Oh,
suck.
are you calling them bandwagon fans?
I'm sure that there are some of those out there.
Perhaps.
I'm sure there are some of those out there.
Sounds like a lot of disrespect.
Just the bandwagons ones. I'm disrespecting them. Just them.
Well, I did want to ask you about Saturday because it was
The Polish rifle?
the Polish rifle, ladies and gentlemen. But all the what was it officially? It wasn't called Alumni Day, right? What was it called again? Did it have a name?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Anyway,
Big
they
Red
brought
Weekend.
back a
I
lot
don't
of the
remember
old
what it was
players.
called.
Danny
I don't know.
Nee was there.
Yeah.
Basically, call it Danny Nee Day because
Sure.
he was the main event. He was the one that people wanted to see.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, Coach Nee, who is basically the same age as my parents, I mean, outside of the hair going completely gray, looks fantastic.
Yeah,
he looks great.
I think with I know you didn't even ask me anything there, but I just wanted to say this about like people might not understand. It's hard to understand, John. I think you do, like the fascination with Danny Nee, in addition to, you know, leading the team to the best success they've ever seen. He was just such a such a weird cultural thing to have him at Nebraska when Tom Osborne was there coaching football and with his New York accent, and just like, I can't believe, like, there's a part of me that just can't even believe it worked as good as it did work with the whole thing. Like,
you couldn't find someone more opposite Tom Osborne.
Real quick, because obviously a lot of the stories that John has told me about Danny Nee are because of proximity that you worked with the Husker Sports Network, and so you got to hear.
Yeah.
Did regular fans know that he was like foul-mouthed? Okay.
Yes.
So everyone knew.
Listen,
Okay.
Josh, every kid my age has a basketball camp story related to that. During like, seriously, find a. I'm sure in your chat it'll happen right now. There are people who grew up in the area. If you're my age, you would have went to or roughly that. You would have went to one of those Danny Nee basketball camps, and he'd come in,
heard him,
and he'd come in and give the speech on the day that he's supposed to. And you got elementary school and middle school kids in there, and I think they got exposed to a lot during those times.
Nice. Okay. Because that's always a part of the lore.
I
Like,
think
whenever you tell me a story, John, it's always
the success.
You say one word in particular.
Is I don't even know if I can say the success is the biggest thing about him, because he was such a unique personality.
Yeah.
The success obviously allowed him to stay for a very long time. But it was really part and parcel of the whole, right? The success obviously was cool and it was great and people enjoyed it. But then him and what he did and how he said it and how he was.
And how much
and the rivalries that they had. I mean, he and Norm Stewart used to butt heads every game.
And how much, Jack and John, do you think that what followed him has also raised not only the success that they had, but also his personality when you compare it to what followed him?
I mean, you talk about a flip-flop, right? When you go from Bo Pelini to Mike Riley.
Yep.
The transition from Danny Nee to Barry Collier is a start.
Yeah.
Because Barry is straight-laced, gentlemanly like. It couldn't be more opposite Danny Nee.
Yeah.
And so, it was there's a lot of things. But
I think everybody knew. Everybody knew. And he was doing commercials for everything, right? And he was,
this is Danny. I love Wells. I can't even do my bit. I have a whole bit, but I can't do it because it's got a whole bunch of F.
Got a lot of
I
words
literally
that we're not allowed
had
to say on the radio.
I will never forget this. I think it was the night that Nebraska won its first volleyball championship. And I was working at KLIN on the Yes,
December
I was working
of
at
95.
KLIN on the radio. I was producing for John Baylor. So I was back in the studio, and Nebraska was playing Northern Iowa that night. And I had our press pass. I said, after this volleyball match is done, because it was played in the afternoon, after this match is done, I'll go to Devaney. I'll sit press row. It'll be great. And I went in and did the whole press conference thing. And this kid named Jason Daisy for Northern Iowa had this monster game, and they beat Nebraska like 104 to 102. 1995.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Danny Nee goes on this 45-second rant about that bleeper Jason Daisy. And he wasn't mad at Jason Daisy. He was mad at the circumstances that he went off.
109 to 104.
That he went off and had this big game. And I had that as my answering machine message. Because it's the first time I'd ever been in a press conference where a coach swore. I had never been to a press conference where a coach swore. And he's doing the CS and the MF and the GD and all of this. I wish I still had it. It was brilliant. I was like, this is the most awesome thing ever. And I had it as my answering machine message. So then the funny thing was
Jason Daisy.
So
I
good.
can't.
It's so
I think it was when 10-11 called me to offer me the job for the state tournament. I wasn't home. Guess who answered the phone?
Oh no!
The Danny Nee answering machine.
Danny Nee.
And you still got the gig, though.
Yes.
Wow, they really wanted you.
Well, because everyone understood. Hey, it's Danny. But I was so mesmerized because here I am, this 24-year-old, sniveling millennial.
Oh, this is so much fun. I'm sitting in a press conference.
says the S word.
Coach D, can I ask you a question?
And, he's just like, blah, 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 MF this and GS that.
John, who would have hired Danny Nee in 85, 86?
Devaney.
Was it
It was Devaney.
That explains a lot.
Bob Devaney hired him.
That's funny because I was just going to say, man, he had to come across no one during his regular day that was anything like him for the most part in that era in Lincoln, Nebraska, at the University of Nebraska, except maybe one person.
That was Devaney.
Maybe the guy who hired him.
Yeah, it was Bob Devaney. I would have loved.
Oh my gosh,
I would have loved to have been in on those interviews.
Fly on the wall in that conversation in 85. Whenever it happened after Iba. Oh my gosh.
Because the way Mo Iba left was very shocking and abrupt. He literally handed in his resignation right after they walked off the floor after losing in the NCAA tournament. Handed his resignation to Don Bryant, the SID.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so I remember that. I remember because we couldn't watch the Nebraska game, as I recall. When was it Western Kentucky? Is that who they lost to? Very first one. So. We couldn't watch the game because back then, not all the tournament games were on TV. And I just remember, I was listening to the game, blah, blah, blah. And then on the sportscast that night, they were talking about Mo Iba quitting. I was like, what? Blew my mind.
It's been a while since you've done like a recorded audio bit, but John, with your impersonations of both of those guys, I think you could recreate that interview, and I think it would be amazing.
Hey,
It sounds like Popeye.
It would be amazing.
It's a very good day,
I would love to.
I'd like to hear Danny Nee and Steve Peterson have a conversation.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh.
There's no way I would ever hire someone with such a potty mouth. Not very professional. Bill Callahan never swore.
Mr. Rick says Danny.
I swore at him, but he never swore at me.
Danny Nee did enjoy his time at the sidetrack back in the day.
Well, Barry's was always
Barry's. Yeah, I thought it was Barry's.
I don't know.
Maybe
Barry's?
both. Yeah,
Barry's Bar and Grill.
Mm-hmm.
I guess from what I'm told, he did go back to Barry's when he was back in town. That's what I heard. So
good.
Yeah, that's good. I wish he would have said. He didn't say anything. I would have liked to have heard him speak. I never heard.
Oh, they didn't have him speak at halftime?
No, he just posed for pictures. Like went out and posed for a picture with Pavelka with like a little plaque that they gave him. And then he was out there when they introduced. They just went through the names of all the players that were there. And no, I kind of wish he would have said a little something to the crowd. He could have fired this place up. That would have been.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, I was a little bummed about that.
Listen, I don't care what conference you're in. These refs. Okay. See, again, I can't do my Danny Nee without swearing.
You're very close. So good.
I can't do it without swearing.
That's my only regret.
Yeah, probably for the best.
They counted all the children as they walked through the gate. Yeah, the threshold of children is too high. We can't have
the overhit on kids.
Children to Danny Nee talking ratio.
Oh, it didn't matter when they went to his camp, though.
Nope, it did not. We don't normally take calls in this segment, but Trent has a quick Danny Nee story.
Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
Trent.
Oh, God. Yes.
Hi, Trent.
How's it going? Fellas?
Good.
So I was do you remember Kerry Cohorn that played at Tri-Center?
Yeah.
I was a freshman when he was a senior, and my uncle worked at the airport at the time, and Danny Nee was flying through there. And so I don't know if he ever actually went to see Kerry play, but he had asked my uncle at the time what he thought of Kerry Cohorn. And my uncle still talks about it to this day. Like, he was going to take some random guy's advice on a high school player from, Iowa. And I just think it's hilarious that you would ask somebody like, did he go watch him play? I mean, he was really good, obviously, but I just find it hilarious that he was like, hey, what do you think about this Kerry Cohorn kid? So the old Danny Nee stories make me laugh. So I appreciate it, fellas. Have a great one.
Thank you, Trent.
It sounds about right.
Kerry ended up playing for Collier, right? I have my timeline right?
I think he crossed over to both. I think both coaches.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
I think that's right.
All right. Well, there you go.
It was fun. I just felt like I needed to. I think it probably, for people who weren't around for that era, probably thought it was sort of the romanticism that people had for him was a little weird. I get that. And so I wanted to give a little bit more context behind it that I think people of the era would probably appreciate and understand a little more.
Oh, it made perfect sense.
By the way, we got a message from someone who was at Barry's the night before the game, said that he said plenty the night before. So the stories were flowing at Barry's.
Oh, man.
You're talking about someone who needs a podcast.
Danny,
dude, 100%. 100%.
Best college basketball.
It is still my goal sometime in some sort of format show or whatever I do is to get him on, before it's too late for some kind of a long form interview, because it would be, it would be hit after hit after hit for as long as we talked.
Plus, it's obvious that the people of your generation, and I hope that Dirk Chatelain is listening to this too, because obviously he is very fond of that era of Husker basketball. It's obvious how much he meant to you guys. And I think people my age and younger also love the stories because he just sounds like an incredible character. So yeah, get him on the Jack Mitchell podcast, Jack.
It's a
Bring
part
it
of
back.
it. It's like that whole program had an attitude that they were never able to recapture from that time. Is part of it too.
I mean, that's the thing that always stands out to me is, beyond the profanities and things, it's like you look at the scores and it's just an entirely different brand of basketball. Like, Jack, was it you tweeted the video of the comeback in the Big 8 tournament last week? And I watched some of that, and it's just like, first of all, the score of the game is wild. It's like, man, look at this team. Unlike any team that I have ever gotten to watch at Nebraska.
And I watched that video too again, Josh. And what's his name? Paul Jacobson, I think his name. He put a lot of great videos out. But I was like, they were celebrating. Like, they were really celebrating after that, which I didn't quite remember it that way. Like, even to a degree, I was surprised as much as they were. It was a big game at the time, but yeah, it was. But there was an attitude there, and it went away. And I don't know if it's ever come back.
And that attitude went all the way to the very end. There was rumors. This was towards the end of Knee's tenure, and there was talk of, should Nebraska, because by that point Bill Byrne was the AD, and they were talking about maybe firing him. But there were rumors towards the end of one season that Knee was going to be up for the Rutgers job because Rutgers had fired their coach. And Knee comes into the radio station to do his radio show, which was always a blast because he always brought beer. But this time he brought his dog. They had just gotten a new dog. And the host, I can't remember if Rose was still doing it. I think he did. Asked Danny, do you have a name for the dog?
Oh, yeah, you've told this story.
And Knee said, yeah, Jersey. And, of course, Barfneck wrote about it. Chattel wrote about it. People were like, oh, I can't believe he would say that. Oh, with all these rumors. I mean, that was his attitude. Because he was basically just telling everybody, hey, all you people want me gone,
Jersey.
Screw you.
It's like what we just saw with Otani. His dog had a name that he wouldn't say. Meanwhile, Danny Nee's like, yeah, Jersey.
I don't think the dog's name was actually Jersey. I think he just wanted to make a point just to, get people fired up.
Give him a podcast. Great call, John.
Speaking of dogs, Jack, can you start?
That's great. Yeah, I know I'm behind.
Oh,
yeah, I can. He's upstairs. I could bring him down if you want to now. I'm sorry, I know my internet is choppy, but I was just going to say another thought on that is just that, man, with all that stuff, like it would not have worked here, John, unless he won. And when he stopped winning is when it hit the fan pretty quickly, and it always would have. He had no margin for error for his time here. And I'm not talking about going to Final Fours, but they were a perennial NCAA tournament team there for the early to mid 90s. And like, had he not been, that thing would have crashed and burned earlier for the things, that we're saying.
It's a lot of the same stuff that wore Bo Pelini out.
Yeah.
Or wore Pelini out with a lot of the fans. The difference was Knee was a hell of a lot more entertaining.
Yeah.
And there was an endearing quality to him that was just like,
Right.
Guy's got an attitude.
He was kind of a salesman too, which Pelini definitely wasn't
big
at
time.
all. So,
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, and
he
along those
loved
lines,
doing the coach's show.
And
Oh,
speaking
God,
of
he loved
salesmen,
doing the coach's
recruiting, obviously, Adam texts in. He says, "He had 7 players go on and play in the NBA, and 20 plus go play professionally overseas. The talent he brought through NU and his span was blue blood like, albeit they were cheating. LOL. Pretty incredible if you think about it. Nebraska's had 1 player in the NBA in the 24 years since. Is it just Roby?
No, there's more than that.
More than that.
Palmer. Didn't Palmer get in? Palmer's played in the NBA, right?
JPJ?
Well, I mean, what era are you talking about? Delano Banton playing in the NBA?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay, so maybe a few more, but they did have a lot back then too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, your internet's starting to flake out on us.
I know. Sorry.
Probably our cue to go. So
Bye,
there you go.
Jack.
Jack Mitchell.
My time
ladies
is
and
up.
gentlemen,
See ya.
KLIN. Be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh. Would you like to talk about it?
In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy with areas of fog this Monday afternoon with a high today of 35. Overnight tonight, expect fog and cloudy skies continue with a chance of wintry mix after midnight. Freezing drizzle possible for your Tuesday morning, a low of 31 with fog also likely. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
The Blackstone Meatball is where casual charm meets culinary excellence. Our diverse menu offers comforting pastas, fresh salads, hearty sandwiches, and of course, meatballs. Elevate your experience with a craft cocktail or a glass of wine from our well-curated selection. Whether it's a laid-back lunch, a cozy date night, or a catered celebration, the Blackstone Meatball promises upscale flavors in a casual, welcome setting. Visit us at one of our 2 locations, the Blackstone District or just west of Village Point on 180th and Dodge, or visit theblackstonemeatball.com. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. Whether it's the NFL or a rivalry on the hardwood, you will find all the action on Oscar's top-of-the-line audio-video system. With 40 TVs and massive dual projectors, the game has never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm J-Dog.
On 1620 The Zone.
Don't worry, Chiefs fans. We'll get to your team.
Stop disrespecting.
But the freaking Lions are in the NFC Championship game. It has happened
Cool.
once in my lifetime.
Cool.
That's it. Why isn't that cool? That is very cool.
No, I'm still. I'm
is
still
that not cool?
No,
This
let
is
me.
cool as hell.
No, let me be annoyed. See. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, interesting graphic you got there, you absolute jerk.
It's CBS Sports. They're the ones that put it out.
Screw them too. Screw them.
They had the
too.
second longest conference championship appearance drought, only surpassed by Cleveland, and now they've been erased off the list.
My team's on there too, Josh.
I don't care about your team right now, Nick. I'm still annoyed at my team for laying an egg last weekend. Laying an egg. See, and John,
don't you feel at least a little bit better knowing how well the Packers played against Frisco? That
Brock Purdy played like Brock Turdy on Saturday night.
Was he that bad?
He was pretty bad.
I didn't think he was that bad. I'm not saying he was great.
Dude, the clock management at the end of the first half, my opinion is because Shanahan didn't trust Purdy in that moment.
I think
to throw
that's
the football.
one of the worst games I've seen Purdy play.
I will say this. One of my dearest, oldest friends is a Lions fan, and I'm incredibly happy for that friend.
You don't sound happy.
No, I'm very happy for him, and I'm happy for Chance.
Oh, is your friend Eminem?
No, it's not Eminem.
Does he look like you would be friends with Eminem?
Yeah, I wouldn't be hanging out with you if I was.
You have similar beards.
Eminem's friend group.
For now.
Yeah, but I'm very happy. I just look, I need to stop viewing everything through the lens of being a sad sack.
You
Cowboys
should.
fan. But it's still so raw. The pain is still so raw.
It happened 8 days ago.
That's raw pain, John.
Well, either way, congrats to the Lions.
That was
Hell
tight.
yeah, bite those kneecaps.
I watched that clip today.
Which one?
The bite your kneecaps.
Oh,
clip
yeah.
From 3. It was 3 years ago yesterday that they hired him. Did you know that?
I did not know
It was
that.
the 21st.
Did you go through that thing I sent you?
No.
The reaction to people when Dan Campbell
that's right.
was
Yeah.
first announced.
So I'm pretty sure, and we could. I guess we can't go through the YouTube video because we weren't doing it on the whole show back then. But I'm pretty sure that we were at home because I had just moved, and I think there was like a crazy snowstorm that kept me in my new apartment in Blackstone at the time. I remember thinking that was cool that he did that. I was not one of the people who said, this guy is an idiot. This guy sucks. I think we bought into him, right? I did at least.
I had no problem with it. I thought the clip was funny.
When we do our
I didn't really have an opinion whether or not he was going to be good or not. I just kind of assumed because,
it's the
coaching the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of work to do.
When we do our not hot take market later, I have an item specifically related to him. But they are so impressive. Every time I watch the Lions, they are the type of team that I would want to root for. They are aggressive. They are analytical. They are a combination of old school, meathead, and modern approaches to football. That is what I would want from my favorite football team. And they deliver it, and they do so with a fan base that has not had many things to cheer about. And that atmosphere, man, it is so tough to play in right now. It's so funny because we've never viewed Detroit as a good home field advantage for obvious reasons because they've been so bad. But that is a home field advantage that they have. That is a tough place to go in and play.
It is.
Congrats.
And now they get to go to Frisco.
Yeah.
And play the Frisco Niners for a shot at the Super Bowl.
They played bad on their own home field.
I didn't think 49ers played
That's
bad.
interesting that was not
They
your take.
played horrible.
Yeah.
No, I didn't think they played
So you thought
horrible.
Saturday was more that the Packers played well than the 49ers didn't play very well?
I think it was just a battle. I mean, battle of two teams.
I'm kind of surprised.
Listen, I picked the 49ers to cover.
Yeah, I did too.
But I also wasn't shocked to see what was happening.
So Brock Purdy, 23 for 39, 59% completion percentage, which I have to imagine is the worst he's had this season. I would have to imagine.
Now, there
never
were a
mind.
couple of passes that were
Cleveland
dropped
game.
interceptions. Should have been
Correct.
picks.
This was his third worst completion percentage day of the season, behind only the Browns game and then the Ravens loss on Christmas night. Otherwise, he was always above 60%. One touchdown, no picks, only 6.5 yards per attempt, and he was sacked one time as well. But it was a very nice drive at the end of the game. It's so funny. I'm not the first to say this, but that performance really did deliver everything that the Brock Purdy discourse enjoys. Played bad, I thought, at least. I guess we'll disagree on that. For a large swath, but then also had the drive at the end of the game.
Right.
You know?
I mean, I don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he belongs in the same pantheon as Mahomes and Allen were last night, or even Jared Goff was yesterday. Heck, even I thought
Baker played well.
I thought Baker played
well. Outside of that early interception.
But I don't know. I guess that
wasn't your takeaway.
My take on Purdy is he fits what they have around him, but it's why I think, and this will be coming up in our free samples day at the hot take market. There could be a key person not available that's going to make a big difference in that game.
I know, it's so funny. How often did we debate, should it be Purdy? Should it be somebody else? Should it be Christian McCaffrey? And then they lose Debo for essentially the entire game. And it's like, wow, that guy
makes a huge difference.
Yeah, because like McCaffrey, he can catch the ball and he can run the ball. And him disappearing from the game because of the injury, it certainly showed itself.
Part of this too is I'm relatively happy that Frisco's in a spot now where they're kind of like, do we like this guy or we not like this guy?
Because they got to decide.
And there's going to be a big narrative if they don't win the Super Bowl. What to do in the offseason. I have to admit, I'm enjoying it. In many ways, it's a little like Jimmy G.
It's a unique pressure. Now, they still have 2 years left on his deal, so they have lots of time to decide if they're
right, but it's not like it's a deal that's going to handicap them. I mean, it's not like a Dak, type.
So you're
contract.
saying like you could bring in another quarterback?
Oh, hell yes.
There was a listener who reached out to me
from a financial standpoint. Now, from a locker room and all the other stuff, yes, it's very, very complicated. But it's not like a boat anchor contract.
Correct. So if you wanted
small contract,
if you wanted to, you know how they talk about quiet quitting. If you want to talk about quiet moving on from Brock Purdy and bring in somebody else, you could do so and not upset the salary cap. But yes, like you just said, it would perhaps do some things with the locker room. There was a tweet that I got on Saturday. I'll see if I can find it really, really quick from an Iowa fan. Oh man, there it was. And then I lost it. But essentially it was, he thinks they're going to bring in Kirk Cousins.
Oh,
he thinks they're going to bring in Kirk Cousins because Shanahan was one of his coaches on that famed Washington staff in the mid teens about a decade ago.
I don't know if I see him leaving.
Kirk?
Yeah.
Oh, he's leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to be most people agree that he's not going to be on the Vikings next year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah. So I don't know if they go after him or go after somebody else.
Still to come, we have Mitch Sherman to join us. I'm sure there'll be many Polynesian Bowl takes.
Text from the 402 says the Niner hate from you two is hilarious. Losers. Niner hate? What are you talking about?
No,
I mean, I'm a Rams fan. Of course, I disrespect the Niners, but I also appreciate
I'm not disrespecting the Niners. I think that they're really good.
And I'm the one that said I didn't think the Niners played badly.
I don't like Nick
They
Bosa.
won the freaking game.
Yeah.
I thought Green Bay gave them a hell of a run.
If this texter thinks that the 49ers played well, I'd be surprised because one of my best
Are
friends.
we sure this isn't a chief in Niner clothing?
Stolen valor?
Yes.
One of my best friends is a 49ers fan. His text during the game, he was like, is this exactly how you felt a week ago? I'm like, yes, this is not a good feeling, friend. He was having a horrible, 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 horrible time.
They won the game.
That was during the game.
Oh.
Then after the game.
They still won the game.
After the game, he was very, very
And it's
happy.
not like they were behind by 4 touchdowns.
Okay. You don't have to bring that part up.
Well, I'm just saying they were 7 was the biggest deficit.
You don't have to bring that
No, but Josh, now you and I, Cowboys, Dolphins, same list.
No.
The 90s,
Yeah, if
Josh.
anyone should be mad and disappointed and down in the dumps, it should be me. My Super Bowl's been destroyed. Your Dolphins choked and your Cowboys choked. Thanks a lot,
Sure,
jerks.
John.
16-20 the zone.
Nick Grimm here for my new friends at Circus Sports Iowa. If you want Las Vegas hospitality in the palm of your hand anywhere in Iowa, Circus Sports Iowa is the sports betting app for you. They've got tight money line splits and a low hold model, which means that most games won't ever dip below -110, and that means way more money for you to win. They want you to make money. That includes not limiting you when you win big so everybody is happy all the time. At the top, I mentioned the Las Vegas hospitality, and they do live up to it with their customer service. There's too many places these days, personally it frustrates me, that use AI or computer for customer service, and I feel like it doesn't do as good of a job as an actual person. If you need help with anything at any time, you can reach out to them either directly through the app or even on Twitter. They'll get you covered. So next time you're in Iowa and you want to level up your sports betting game, Download Circus Sports Iowa and see for yourself how good it gets, because trust me, it's good. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all of your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Before we get to Mitch Sherman, and I'd also want to get to the weekend of Jays basketball, let's do a little Internet is Undefeated.
Oh.
Because there was a lot of stuff, and it's all related to Missouri.
Well, naturally.
If the shoe fits.
It just kind of happened, but
we're not disrespecting the Chiefs, right?
I'm not disrespecting the Chiefs.
I am. I want the Ravens to
Here we go. We're going to begin with some disrespect, though.
Well, there was a meme going around yesterday. There's a very famous, it's a meme. Those of you not familiar on the internet, it's just there's a very famous one of a young couple walking down the sidewalk.
Yes.
And a very attractive woman walking in the other direction. And the guy looks over his left shoulder to stare at the other girl.
And then she's like, huh?
Yeah. And then the original girlfriend's like, what are you up to?
Yes.
Well, someone took this exact same meme.
It looks like a young girl.
And they made it out to be Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, the kayfabe romance.
Wow.
It's real, John.
With Josh Allen
throwing hearts up,
walking into the foreground, and Taylor Swift looking over her shoulder at Josh Allen.
Made me laugh very hard when I
Hearing
saw this.
John describe that meme is what I guess they must feel like when
Well,
you
I
talk
have
about
to.
baseball.
I have to. I mean, for people on the radio who don't know what I'm
and
talking
olds
about,
who have no idea what
Right.
what's a meme.
but this is a little Bills fan, a young
there's-
Bills fan. He's holding up a
There's
picture of
woman?
this
I thought it's a she.
as Taylor Swift is walking
It's a
into the stadium.
tiny
last
baby
night.
child.
Mm-hmm. Very funny.
Very good.
creative. And also the art. Very good art.
Very good art.
Very well done.
AI couldn't do that art.
No.
Very good art.
This
Very
could be a
good
new
art.
bit, by the way. John explains memes.
It's great.
Yeah.
It wasn't intended that way.
I know,
It's
but it
just,
could be a new,
it could.
I wasn't sure if John knew the original, so I thought about sending the original to him.
Wow,
So he could
John
also...
knows about some things on the
I
internet.
don't know what John does and doesn't know.
Oh, you know? Do you know about art? Make it sports.
Oh yes, I see this all the
I
time.
love
So
this.
it's a new. I don't know how new it is, but
It's
this
a couple
Twitter
years old
handle's
now.
been out there.
Yeah.
It's at @ArtButtSports. It takes still photos from sporting events and compares it to a historical paintings.
Do you know? I read an interview with the guy who's behind this account. He does this all from memory. He is,
That's incredible.
Yeah, he is a sicko in terms of loving art.
That's amazing.
But last night you had the screenshot from CBS after Travis Kelce's first touchdown.
Yeah.
Of his brother Jason, who is up in the private suite with the kayfabe love.
With the real romance, John.
He threw the hearts.
And Hulk Hogan told me to eat my vitamins too. Little did I know the vitamins he was talking about was steroids. He was getting shot in his
Nice. Steroids.
But anyway, Jason Kelce, bare-chested, beer in hand, open window,
chested, banging his chest,
screaming at the top of his lungs. And it's a great still shot, to which Art But Make It Sports tweeted out the Feast of Bacchus, which is a picture of a drunken celebration with a man with a bare chest.
Incredible.
It's
work.
very great. It's a great picture.
Great job.
Great picture.
Yeah.
Great picture.
All right, so more Missouri.
This is related to Missouri because
No.
obviously
I'm saying,
Travis
is there
Kelce.
still more Missouri to come?
adjacent.
Well, now we go to the video portion of the Grum. So we get these videos all the time of fans.
Yeah.
You know, Cowboy fans stuffing their flag into bushes or breaking their television.
Sure. What do we got now?
Well, last night, of course, as Tyler Bass,
oh boy,
is setting up for the game-winning field goal.
Jim Nance is yelling at about being wide right again.
Jim,
a Chiefs fan watching the game with his other Chiefs fan friends at their house.
Oh, don't disrespect these folks.
It must have been very hot in there because they had a fan.
Okay.
You know, one of those oscillating fans that sit on a high stand and just go back and forth. So he sets up the fan right next to the television to blow the kick wide right.
Everybody blow. Hey, the twins, boys. Blow it.
We're trying. We're trying.
Left side of the TV.
Far be it for me to say someone is lying, like John has called the relationship between Miss Swift and Mr. Kelce a lie. Are we sure that wasn't recorded after the fact so they could put it on that side of the TV?
I tend to believe
Are you a
these
fan
good,
truther?
hard-working folk who are Chiefs fans, who I honor with this.
We're not disrespecting
and they're
them.
not, this was not fake. This is not like the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift romance. It's not kayfabe.
Okay.
The wide right has happened to the Bills a few times, right?
Famously, it happened in a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Which included the best national anthem of all time, might I add. The
It
Star
was pretty
Spangled
good.
Banner, sung by Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
May she rest in peace.
Yeah.
So
Well, it made
maybe
the round.
Josh
I guess
hadn't seen
those of you cynics who don't believe in fandom,
yes,
can call that fake.
You never know. People love recording reaction videos, and sometimes I just wonder how
People
many of them-
also like just randomly throwing up hearts after they score in a nationally televised playoff game to show their love for somebody.
There's a famous. It's probably not famous. I know about it, but I threw those hearts up to my wife at the most recent marathon I ran in. That's what we do. We do hearts as well.
Oh, that's cute. That's a very cute couple thing that couples do.
Thank you, Nick, for calling us cute. Dan writes, Niners hate. I'm a Niners fan. They played like crap. If they were playing a better team than the 7 seed Packers, they would have lost. Perks of being a 1 seed. That sounds fun to beat a 7 seed. Dare to dream.
I have one more video from Missouri.
Oh, wow.
Hey, apparently, they had
Uno mas.
ice storms. They had ice storms in Missouri.
Mm.
A fire truck is coming into a neighborhood for an emergency.
Okay.
Holy
Oh my
fuck.
God!
Oh
my God.
Ice, man. Why are they coming?
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
It is spinning out of this giant truck. It's
Wow, Macy
amazing.
Daniels says that fire truck stunt was staged. Wow, people are just denying any of these videos today.
Was
Daniel's
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift
Nice.
behind the wheel?
By the way, Kelsey writes, the literal worst person I know is a Chiefs fan, so I totally believe it's made up. So there you go.
But yeah, so apparently and I'm seeing videos all over the place today of large vehicles spinning out on ice.
Oh, you were gone. I almost got in a car accident last week.
Yeah, Josh and Jimmy both almost
on the
died.
same day. And then we found out that Jimmy doesn't like driving above 60 miles an hour, even though there's no ice on the
Yeah,
ground.
that was a little weird.
Yeah, it was a little
Wait,
concerned.
on a sunny summer day,
Yeah,
he
I
doesn't
was like,
like
yeah, I
driving
drove
above
60. He was
60?
like, oh, I wouldn't do that.
On the interstate?
On the overpass. I said, what?
Well, the speed limit there is 65.
55, but you know.
On the overpass?
Yeah.
On the expressway? Are you sure?
Yeah.
I thought it was
I
65.
drive it every day, John. Drive it every day.
I thought it was 65.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at you breaking the law.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
Nick
Nice.
Sherman to join us next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, accident reported JFK northbound at Chandler Road on the right shoulder, and we have a power outage affecting multiple traffic lights right now, including 42nd and Highway 370, as well as 48th and Cornhusker. Please use caution if approaching these intersections. And we have some heavier traffic on Dodge westbound between I-680 South and 120th Street. Please remember to be safe and wear those seatbelts. I'm Peter Krenzer.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Outdoor Nebraska update. From wildfowl to owls. Great time of year to step outside and watch wildlife. Many animals are still active, plus the leaves have mostly fallen, vegetation is set back, and we'll have some warmer weather. Maybe you'll hike a state park trail or head to a public reservoir to do that. Oh, and don't forget your camera. Yeah, it's on your phone. I'm Greg Wagner.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
The Blackstone Meatball is where casual charm meets culinary excellence. Our diverse menu offers comforting pastas, fresh salads, hearty sandwiches, and of course, meatballs. Elevate your experience with a craft cocktail or a glass of wine from our well-curated selection. Whether it's a laid-back lunch, a cozy date night, or a catered celebration, the Blackstone Meatball promises upscale flavors in a casual, welcome setting. Visit us at one of our 2 locations, the Blackstone District or just west of Village Point on 180th and Dodge, or visit theblackstonemeatball.com.
I'm Rick Betker from Omaha Car Care. We want to thank all our friends and clients who made 2023 a great year. And we hope you can help us spread joy to others. From now through January, we're hosting a boot drive for the kids of the Q school system. At this time of year, they could really use some warm boots. So if you could bring your new or gently used boots to any of our 4 locations, we'll make sure they get to kids in need. Thanks from Omaha Car Care.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us. Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
He is Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Mitch, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Good.
Not bad. Not bad at all, considering it doesn't feel 25 degrees below zero anymore. It's a big improvement.
I like it. I'm just waiting for the streets to start flooding, but, I'll take it.
By the way, that is a note. Make sure you get your windshield wiper fluid. The wife was on me yesterday a couple of times. Say, hey, make sure the car.
A couple of times.
To make sure that there is windshield wiper fluid in all of the vehicles.
Yes.
So
I
topped off. I topped off in yesterday during halftime of the Lions game.
Nice. I did that recently.
So
that's a great suggestion for everybody. I think it's should be something that we all consider this week.
There you go.
It's a big deal. You got to do it because you're going to get splattered with a bunch of gunk and
it's going to be so
like
gross
that.
this week. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to suck. Speaking of sucking, the entertainment value. Wow. How much of the Polynesian Bowl did you watch, Mitch?
Good question.
Did you watch it all?
I was wondering where you were going with that. No, I didn't. It was kind of late. It wasn't the most entertaining game.
No,
although I did enjoy watching Dylan and Carter's team come back and make it somewhat entertaining, interesting, enjoyable to watch. I might be taking it a bit too far in the second half, but you can take a few things from it. There were some plays. Carter Nelson certainly showed up, and you can see that it's probably not going to be a massive transition for him from the 8-man game to the 11-man game because he's so fluid and athletic, and he's going to beat people with those skills that he's got. And while he's not going to know everything coming into Nebraska that maybe someone who played 6A football in the state of Texas or even Class A in Nebraska does about just some of the nuances, he's going to make up for that with his talent. And you could see that on display in the All-American Bowl when he played in San Antonio and ran through about 6 defenders after the catch. And then even more so in Hawaii, running down the seam and making a catch that was a really nice throw from Raiola in traffic, and how he, kept his spacing well. The two of them both did on that little nifty option play, I suppose you could call it. It was a zone read where Raiola threw it to Nelson on the sideline. That's something you could see in the Nebraska offense probably as soon as next September. So I was definitely encouraged, and it made me think that Carter Nelson, even though he's coming after the spring, because he's such a great athlete, is somebody who can help Nebraska, certainly in 4 games and maybe in more next season. And Raiola obviously is going to be asked to help Nebraska if he's healthy in more than 4 games. And, we saw his arm on display. It wasn't like a 300-yard passing game, but we got to see him throw the ball, and he's still good at it.
Mitch, with Raiola and company now enrolled in classes and the semester beginning, we're going to end up looking forward a whole lot more in the next few weeks and months. But I did want to look back one more time because I don't know if I've ever asked you or anybody this, and that is the month of November and the losses piling up 4 consecutive to finish the season, and the way in which those losses happened, specifically with how the offense played. Do you think that if Nebraska makes a bowl game, that the month of December and Raiola still unfolds the way it does? Or is that just like a maybe convenient talking point given how bad the offense was? Essentially, I'm asking, did that kind of force their hand that Harburg and even Chuba to a degree struggled as much as they did that month?
Well, no, I think Dylan just kind of came back to them. I don't think it was. I've taken Matt Rule at his word on the way December went, and the Raiola's say the same thing. That around December 10th, it struck Dylan that Nebraska was an option that he needed to consider more, and that he wanted to come see it again. And he chose to come back into play for Nebraska. I don't think it's because Nebraska was continuing to recruit him or put pressure on him. I don't think it had anything to do with the way November went. Now, once it became a reality, and once Dylan was signed, and some of the things that have happened since then, with the way that Nebraska aggressively pursued other playmakers on offense, some of the other things that Nebraska's done in changing, one, the makeup of its offensive staff, and two, the look of its team, really. It's another huge group, 40 plus, when it's all said and done, newcomers for the second consecutive year. I do think that there is a part of that was influenced by the losing streak that Nebraska endured in November. But once Dylan Raiola was a part of it, I think that was much more of a factor, because with him, the urgency changes, and it becomes more of a situation where if you're going to have this 5-star quarterback in the program, you still want to build, and this is still a gradual process. And Matt Rule has said it himself that he's going to do things slowly, but you also have to understand that the urgency goes up, and the need to put players around him to protect him on the offensive line. They've done that through the transfer portal. That became a higher priority. So I think more so than what happened in November, it's what happened in December that has led to the changes, the transformation, if you want to call it that.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. How do you think the whole offensive coordination / play calling / play design integration, how do you think that mechanism is going to work? You've got Rule, the head coach, Satterfield still on staff, Raiola, your new quarterback, Glenn Thomas, your new quarterback's coach. How do you see that piecing together? Is there enough clues to know how it's all going to work, or are there still some key pieces that we're waiting on before we know just how this is going to look?
I think most of the pieces are there. There's inevitably going to be some departures, most likely after spring practice. That's the way it has to be, and the way it's going to go. And that's one of the just the byproducts of spring, when you get this 2024 team, or most of it, together for the first time on the field. There will be players who are hoping to get opportunities and don't get opportunities in March and April, so they'll hit the portal in that April 15th to April 30th period. But coaching wise, unless there's someone who gets an opportunity with the fallout that we've seen from the domino effect in the latest coaching changes at the college and NFL level, I think they're pretty set with where they're going to be. On the offensive side, it's a great question how it's all going to shake out. Marcus Satterfield is the offensive coordinator, and he's going to be heavily involved in calling the plays. Essentially, he's going to be calling the plays, I would assume, from the press box, as he did in the second half of the 23 season. And you'll have Glenn Thomas on the sideline with your quarterbacks, in communication with Satterfield and with Rule, and talking to those QBs. And of course, he has the title co-offensive coordinator, so he's going to be a big part in what they do offensively, in the game planning and the strategy and the game day operations. But Satterfield's still the OC. So unless we hear something different between now and August, that's the way it's going to go. And I think people have to recognize that and accept it. They've made it pretty clear that it's nothing has changed in that play calling mechanism.
Mitch, you wrote late last week about the new additions, whether it's freshmen or transfer portal guys that will be on campus for the spring semester. And one of those players was Jamal Banks, a wide receiver. You ended up linking, what he did versus Clemson in 2022. And so I ended up watching that. And then it got me thinking, in the last 5 or 6 years, Nebraska, They have had a wide variety of production in terms of the wide receiver transfers, whether it's, I think Trey Palmer, we'd all agree, is certainly the best. Billy Kemp's production, perhaps amongst the worst. Like, who does he best compare to from the group of wide receiver transfers that we've seen run through here, I guess, since near the beginning of the Scott Frost era?
Yeah, I think physically there's not a great comparison because they haven't brought in a receiver like him who is as big. Banks and Nair both are 6'3", 6'4" guys, over 200 pounds. Palmer wasn't that big, just has elite speed.
Yeah.
And you see that working in the NFL now. Well, not after this weekend. He's done for the season, but he had a solid rookie season, and it's going to continue to play in the NFL and put up 1,000 yards at Nebraska. In terms of production, the guy I think about more is Samori Toure, but he wasn't as big and physical as Banks. Banks is the one, and I singled him out above Isaiah Nair because he's done it at the Power 5 level the last couple of years, where Nair, has been at Texas, but because of injury and then just the backup of talent on that roster, he hasn't had the opportunity the last 2 years to play. So that's quite a layoff, but physically he should be able to be up to the level or above what he was at Wyoming in 2021. And, then with what Nebraska has depth-wise, you expect that he's going to be a big contributor in this offense. But those guys together, that's a formidable duo. And you're talking about a fifth-year senior and a sixth-year senior, both with size and experience. So I don't know that either one of them does compare like apple to apple with any of the receivers that Nebraska's brought in through the portal. But the point is well made that they've had a lot of success, more success with receivers in the portal than in any other position group. So that's you can look at Marcus Washington, same thing. Isaiah Garcia Castaneda had flashes at the beginning of the 22 season. And then it's been a roller coaster ride with injuries, and he left the team at one point, but he's back too, and is somebody that can help them, so he can add to his production for Nebraska from the portal. The portal 2 years ago, but still a guy who came from the portal. So, I think there are high hopes for those two new receivers, as there should be.
Mitch, I know there's a lot of folks that, given the news of the last few weeks, probably are a little more excited about the prospects next season. Certainly, anytime you bring in a 5-star quarterback, that's gonna liven some things up. But when you look at the bigger picture, and certainly anytime a program like Nebraska is trying to make a splash again, it will get a lot of attention. But this conference is going to go through some radical changes with the new teams, no more divisions, the questions of where Harbaugh is going to be. Ryan Day, who has now dramatically retooled the Ohio State roster. Is it possible Nebraska can fly under the radar next season?
Yeah, they're not going to be the team at Big Ten Media Days that everyone is drooling over, and that's usually been the case with Nebraska. You bring these 4 teams from the West Coast in, and that's just all the more reason to take eyeballs off Nebraska. And having Dylan Raiola is a reason for people to talk about Nebraska. And when Matt Rule's at the podium and the players are there, it's not just Big Ten Media Days, but I'm using that as like the window to look into this. People will be interested in Nebraska, and they'll want to talk about that conversation. And then as soon as they leave, or even when they're in the room, depending on what other teams are featured in that moment, it'll very much be divided attention. I don't think Nebraska is going to take Dylan there. I don't think Nebraska is going to put Dylan on a pedestal this offseason. We'll probably hear from him a limited amount of times in the spring. They'll want to put the attention on the older players, the veterans, the guys who made decisions to come back and help take Nebraska back to the postseason, or attempt to take Nebraska back to the postseason. Guys like Ty Robinson and Isaac Gifford and Bryce Benhart. The captain type players, the guys who are likely to earn the single digit jersey numbers. That's where the focus is going to be. And that's probably not something that's going to draw Nebraska a ton of attention on the regional or national conference level. You say national and conference, and that's basically the same thing at this point. It's like a coast to coast conference. So those guys they're not gonna get people excited outside the state of Nebraska, and I don't think that Nebraska has a real problem with that.
No,
that reality.
I think that's a great thing.
Sure.
And maybe they could surprise some folks.
That's their intention.
Yeah.
That as they start today, this is a team officially as of today, with the start of school. Everybody who transferred in, they're officially Nebraska Cornhuskers when they go to their first class, and so they're more a team today than they were yesterday. And that's going to move forward through the next period, which is spring practice, and then into the summer when the late enrolling freshmen or the regular enrolling freshmen come in, and they're happy being under the radar. There's a lot of teams that are on the radar for reasons that they would prefer not to be. That's not the case right now with Michigan, but it may be if the coach, if Jim Harbaugh leaves. Washington, what they're going through right now in the roster turnover department after some of it just by natural departures with expired eligibility, and then a lot of it because of the coaching change. I mean, that's a team that played for the national championship 2 weeks ago, and is probably going to be picked to finish in the middle of the Big Ten, which speaks to what's happened in Seattle, and then also, of course, just the depth in this conference.
Hey, Mitch, I wanted to ask you about something you hit on earlier, and that is just like the influx of these players. And like, if I would have asked you, and I probably did, I know I asked a couple of people a month ago on signing day, like, hey, what's the over-under on players that they had before spring ball? They have certainly hit the over on that. They added more high school players last week, which I don't think any of us saw coming. What is your reaction to that? Not so much in terms of how good or bad these players are going to be, but the math of this roster. I know that you are probably asked it all the time. Well, what does this mean? How are they going to get down to 85? They obviously have a complete and total belief in that. What is the takeaway from it, from that perspective, and maybe even roster construction in terms of making sure everyone's happy?
Yeah, I mean, I do get asked about the 85, and I'd have to just kind of wave it away at this point, because it's not. I don't think it's about that number. And Nebraska's not talking about that number. Nebraska's not classifying it in terms of that number, and anywhere close to the way that it did, even last year, but certainly in the, more to the point in the pre-NIL era. You notice when they released the list of scholarship, or I'm sorry, the list of the list of signed recruits on December 20th. There were 39 players on there, and there was no differentiation between whether they were preferred walk-ons or they were signing national letters of intent. The only way we knew if the letter of intent came in was if that information came from the player. Some of them are obvious. I mean, Dylan Raiola, yeah, he's on football scholarship, big surprise. But some of them are not as obvious. A guy like Nebraska added to the list last week, Jordan Ochoa, the defensive end from Castle Rock, Colorado. He's a preferred walk-on, but that status could change depending on who goes into the portal after the spring, depending on what they work out with NIL once he's in school. It's all just a very fluid thing, and I think the number to look at is the 115. And I did put out a list of 115 last week, which I already know that there's going to be 2 or 3 changes to, just in information that I heard last week after that list came out. When the roster, the 2024 roster, which will be updated, I think this week on Huskers.com, it comes out. There are a couple of walk-ons who would have been toward the bottom of that 115 list that are not going to be with the program. Nothing that's going to make a big headline, but that's the nature of it. It's always going to be changing and always evolving up until the beginning of camp around August 1st. And eventually Matt Rule's going to want this roster around 120 players. They're quite a bit over that right now because they continue to add 40 a season. And if you do that for 4 or 5 years, you're like 160 to 200. Of course, players leave and players come in, but what it's going to mean is a lot more competition. That's what they want it to mean. That's what it is going to mean. And, you're going to see that in spring. You're going to see it even more so once things get going in August.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thanks again, and enjoy the melting weather.
Thank you. You guys do the same.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. We were joking late last week about the Polynesian Bowl and how we're not going to watch it.
Correct.
Do
you have TV ratings or something? It seems like you're leading up into the TV ratings.
Actually, I did look to see if there were any TV ratings.
And?
Well, it definitely wasn't in the top 150 cable television shows on Friday.
Well, understandably so.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
It does, in all seriousness, it does make me wonder. And listen, for the guys who got to experience it, for the Rayolas who got to go back to their home state, and I'm sure it was a very fun week.
Sure.
It's certainly an interesting experience. I don't see the value. What is the overall value? I think there's the potential for more bad things to come out of it than good.
Yeah, you asked that question last week, and I think it's a good one given the era in which we live in, and
right,
and the discussions around player safety.
They don't have a Pro Bowl anymore. There's a lot of these all-star games. I mean, over Christmas, we used to have the blue-gray game and the Hula Bowl. Those things don't exist anymore.
Yeah, so I think it's a fine question, to ask what is this? What is the purpose of it beyond? Because this one, and I guess I didn't pay attention to it, so maybe I'm wrong here, but this one didn't seem to have like the pomp and circumstance of committing even because of when it came.
Well, sure, yeah, all
January.
of these guys already had a school for the
you
most
figure so. So yeah, I have no idea.
But for those of you who, if there's any of you out there that watched it from start to finish,
Jed,
you are a
Jed,
hardier man than I.
I don't think Jed is
woman.
a high school all-star game guy.
No.
But there were a lot of the fan podcast folks for Nebraska. It seemed like they were watching it.
I didn't feel like
that's the
I
videos
needed...
that I saw showing up on my feed. Like, look at this frozen rope.
I didn't need to watch it. Literally, the only highlight was on my timeline over and over and over.
There was two plays,
again.
right? The Carter
Was
Nelson,
there? I
and
don't
then
even
he threw a
remember.
touchdown. The under hit on that.
Oh, the
over.
I could have told you that. No one ever scores in these games.
He threw one touchdown. He kept having all the drop passes. Who is he? Patrick Mahomes with all those Chiefs guys?
How do you know it wasn't his bad throw?
I guess that's what I heard from the Husker fans. Good point, John. He might have had bad throws.
All right, we still to come. The Jays with their huge bounce back. Did Nebraska work themselves back into, or I guess they've been in the tournament conversation, but have they helped solidify their tournament
Have they secured their
resume?
bid? Have they locked up their bid?
No, they've definitely not locked up their bid.
Oh,
That
okay.
much I can tell you.
Okay.
Also, we will take a trip to the hot take market on free samples day.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the Chiefs today, John.
Our takes about the playoff games from this weekend.
By the way, an update as well on Deebo Samuel.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
If we're going to treat weather like sports, why don't we have gambling on the weather?
Great idea.
Why are our friends at FanDuel not setting an over-under on the temperature, and we're like weighted with bating breath all day if it's going to get up to
Over-under
like
on temperatures is a great idea.
Plus
That's such a good
350 for an
idea.
anytime snowstorm.
a same-day parlay. Are we going to get both grapple and snow today?
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and cool tonight with a dense fog advisory, low temperature dropping back in the lower 30s. A light wintry mix during the morning on Tuesday, otherwise cloudy and cool, high temperature around 34. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, an earlier accident on JFK northbound has the area between Childs and Chandler Road closed, and it has traffic stopped back to Cornhusker Road. Do avoid this area and find an alternate route. And an accident reported Highway 370 westbound at 36th Street that has the right lane blocked. You will have to keep left in that area. Do expect delays. And traffic signals still dark due to a power outage. Highway 370 both east and westbound at 42nd Street. I'm Peter Krenzer.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lawrence & Gardens.
Experience Brick Live Brickosaurs, now open at Lawrence & Gardens. Come face to face with a herd of incredible brick-built dinosaurs, discover prehistoric plants, and unearth a ton of fun. To plan your family's Dino-Mite adventure, visit lawrencegardens.org.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. Subaru's all-wheel drive also enhances off-road capabilities. Get incredible deals and great lease offers today on all our new Subaru models. or shop anytime at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
1620 The Zone is on location Friday, January 26th at American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska, in support of the Creighton Pink Out Game, a free home away from home for cancer patients and caregivers. You can find details on 1620thezone.com and at cancer.org/pinkout.
Rock from the darker side. Disturbed live. Take back your life tour, January 29th. CHI Health Center Arena. New album, Divisive, available now. With special guest, Falling in Reverse, and Plush. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Disturbed live.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You are listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
His ability to suck in these balls.
The 1620, The Zone.
Jed says, I went to a bar that happened to have the Polynesian Bowl on one of the TVs, and I literally turned around so I didn't accidentally watch it.
Good for you, Jed. There's hope for you yet.
We did.
One who just randomly watches old Mac games to get his football fix.
And we did.
But that's more entertaining than the Polynesian.
We did hear from Michael Zavir, who DVR'd it and watched it.
God.
Mike.
This week's Zone Deal is to an exciting new restaurant in Omaha. It's called Churco. Located at 192nd and Q. With an evolving menu, Churco is a dynamic fine dining experience. And this week's deal, 2 $25 vouchers, a $50 value for just $25.
Whoa! And
they go on sale this Friday at 1620thezone.com.
And also
what?
We have giveaways. For Churco.
How are we giving them away, Nick?
Maybe a game.
Have to mention that unless you had an idea. I thought Nick was about to give us an idea.
I gotta hype up the people.
He says we have a prize, but I don't know how we're giving it away.
It'll give us an excuse to use this, Josh.
Okay, I do like that. We should play that more often.
Yeah.
Sadly, we have all these John drops that we need to play. Go into the FTP, Nick, and find these drops.
Find a John drop. We can do that.
That's a great idea.
There's
John,
way too damn many.
John's maniacal laugh. I did mention that we have an
lot of them.
update on Deebo Samuel, and we'll talk more NFL in a little bit. But Matt Barrows, who covers the 49ers for The Athletic, this is not the 49ers Athletic guy that said that Brock Purdy had a Joe Montana-like drive to finish the game, by the way. That was a different guy. A former friend of the Drum.
I had no idea.
Oh, you didn't see this?
No.
Dude, he was getting made fun of by his colleagues at The Athletic. Just idiotic crap. David Lombardi was the guy. But Deebo Samuel, according to Kyle Shanahan does not have a fractured shoulder, quote, which is a good sign, end quote. He also adds, but there is still a lot of pain, which makes his status fuzzy for Sunday.
Fascinating.
They'll know more on Wednesday. And that's a reminder, John. You can go to 1620thezone.com and make your picks for the conference championship. How about Tanner? Not the restaurant, but Tanner, one of our listeners. He picked all 4 games correctly, like I did, not to brag. But he also picked the score correctly. Kansas City 27, Buffalo 24.
Wow.
Shout out Tanner.
Well, make sure you go do that at 1620thezone.com.
Bingo.
Well, what a difference that just a couple of days makes. I mean, after Wednesday, it was back to doom and gloom surrounding Creighton basketball after UConn basically took them out back and just treated them like old Yeller.
Nick, here was I believe we have live audio of what Nebraska and Creighton fans did after their losses.
No, it was not pretty. And so
Like
you
old
stay on the
Yeller.
East Coast.
R.I.P.
And
I apologize for that. I'm sorry.
Then you play the other first place team, Seton Hall, who's been the surprise of the league. I mean, they were picked lower tier team, a lot of changeover.
Yeah.
And didn't have a great season last year, hovered around 500, but have gotten off to a it it makes such a huge difference when you can get number 11 involved in the game early on. Ryan Kalkbrenner had more post opportunities in the first 5 minutes than he had in the entire UConn game. And I was a little surprised, and maybe it's because the personnel doesn't quite match up. I was a little surprised that Seton Hall didn't try to do more to disrupt Creighton's guard play, because it was certainly not what UConn did 2 nights earlier. But they got the ball inside to Kalkbrenner. Unfortunately, he just, and I know I described it many times on the broadcast.
How did you describe it?
Well,
what words did you use?
The rims, Creighton missed a lot of point-blank shots.
Yeah.
And it just felt like the rims weren't being very friendly.
Mm.
You know?
You got to loosen them up.
You don't like an unfriendly rim.
You don't like an unfriendly rim, but it happens.
It does.
You know, sometimes it just happens. You just put a little too much on the ball, a little too aggressive, whatever the case may be. But they managed to win. Despite
having to go 3 overtimes and nothing else.
And that's the other thing. I mean, 3 overtimes. Baylor Shireman never came off the floor.
That is a wild stat.
He played 55 minutes. Coach Mack told me after the game, I've never had a guy play 55
I was going to
minutes
say, how often has that happened where you've had a triple overtime game and the player has played, 50 minutes, let alone 55? That's incredible.
Kalkbrenner played all but 2 minutes in that game. By the way, at today's media prior to tomorrow night's game against Xavier, Kalkbrenner said yesterday was the first time he was able to close his mouth after he got jacked in the jaw. Now, that happened on the far end of the floor. I didn't see it. I could tell he was messing with it. Naturally, the fine officiating crew didn't
Great
go to the
officiating.
monitor
You had lots of comments to
check
praising
on
them.
that. Now,
Yeah.
I just saw he was working his jaw as if to indicate that he got jacked, but I didn't see exactly what happened. But they survived. I mean, it was a great home environment. One of the Seton Hall beat writers said it was the loudest he's ever experienced covering Seton Hall.
Yeah, now you said you didn't think it was that loud.
Well,
you said this doesn't sound as loud as my fan base. This fan base kind of sucks. It seems like
that's not what I was saying. Now it was 10,000. It was 10,000 seats.
Yeah,
because they tarp off the upper deck. They don't fill the entire building, which is about the same size as CHI.
The tarp boys.
But it was a great atmosphere. I mean, the crowd was really into it. It was a back and forth game, a lot of emotions, especially given, again, the fine work of the
What's his
three-man
name
officiating
again? What's the
crew.
guy that you love the most?
I love them all.
Okay.
They're all great.
Okay.
They're all wonderful. And to win a game like that, and I asked the question of all 3 of the people I talked to. I talked to Mac, I talked to Stephen Ashworth, I talked to Trey Alexander. What can a game like this do for you? Because
Besides tire you out.
Besides tire you out, of course. But can it be the spark plug? And it comes at a fairly good time, because now the Jays, after being on the road for a good chunk of the front end of the Big East season, now have 3 straight at home. Starting tomorrow night with Xavier, then you got the pink out game against DePaul, and then the following Friday against Butler. So you got a chance to build some momentum. And can a game like this be that kind of a springboard to, jumping up a little bit? And listen, Creighton's still top 20 team. I know, again, you're always chasing the expectation, right?
Yes.
Last year, they were chasing the expectation all last season, and then things ended out fine in the postseason.
So in the end, we're like, oh, wow, they reached and surpassed the expectation.
Exactly.
Yeah, the discourse that has now surrounded this team, and I admit to being a part of it too, is totally based off of our priors and not what they are in the moment.
Sure.
Whenever we talk about them, we inevitably get back to, and here's where they were in the preseason, and the preseason expectation was Final Four. Like, that's what it always comes back to for them, fairly or unfairly. Now, last year we did the same thing. And again, they did make that run by the time that March arrived. And so maybe this team is able to do so as well. I think you bring up a great point about what's to come over the next, couple of weeks, essentially, where you have, and I'm kind of marking this by when am I seeing John? Because 2 of the last 3 weeks, you've basically been gone the whole way. And so now we're going to have you here because there's this nice and long homestand.
Nice homestand.
And so that'll be very enjoyable for all parties involved, certainly. But that's going to be huge, especially coming off of a triple OT game that you play. It's funny that they play tomorrow. I mean, that's a very short turnaround.
It is a short turnaround. And, oh, by the way, Xavier likes to play fast.
Yeah, but then they don't have to play until Saturday and then the following
Friday.
See, I mean, that's nice. So it's almost like can you get past tomorrow with a dub, and then you're feeling pretty good.
Now, the thing you wonder about, and it'll be one of the questions I ask Mac tomorrow when we commence our coverage, is, you don't want a hangover, right?
Sure.
I mean, it was
Of
a
course.
very emotional win.
Yeah.
If you watched, the Creighton always puts out the post-game video showing the celebration in the locker room, and this was the one put out right after the game. And in it, you see a little bit of Mac's speech. You see he starts to get emotional because he's talking about how hard these guys worked and how, having a team like this, it always has each other's backs. And he started to get a little emotional about it.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell how much that game meant. Not just that they won and who they beat, but how they did
won.
it.
Yeah. I mean,
triple overtime, a ton of adversity. They were down 9 in the second half. All the momentum going Seton Hall's way. Couldn't buy a 3-point bucket to save their soul. And then what happened?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
And was it the
right back
second
in the game.
overtime that it seemed like, wow, Seton Hall's going to win this one?
No, it was the third one.
Third overtime.
Because Creighton had 2 4-point leads in the last minute of the first 2
That's
overtimes and couldn't hold on. Then Seton Hall gets up 5 early in the
And so
third
it's like,
overtime.
okay, this is how it's going to end.
And it felt like, oh, this is not going to go well.
And so imagine
they came back.
Imagine all of that work, all of those minutes, all 55 minutes for a Baylor Shireman, all 50 whatever minutes for a Kalkbrenner, and then you lose.
Mm-hmm.
So to get that win,
And
to put all that effort, all those emotions, all that
It's-
physicality, and then to come away with a win. Like, I do wonder, what is this going to mean for Seton Hall? To come out of that game at home, to have that lead in the second half, to have that lead in the third overtime, and then you ultimately lose. And it's like,
Especially for a
ton
team
of
that
effort.
didn't have a lot of expectations on it and
Sure.
were surprising some folks.
Sure.
And then you drop one at home and you kind of lose a little bit of that mojo. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they respond tomorrow night. 7:30 tip against Xavier with 6 o'clock pregame right here on 1620 The Zone. And should mention real quick, thanks to everyone who bid in the Pink Out auction, which closed last night. The initial numbers that I heard, it's not official, this may have been one of the top 3 best years ever for the auction.
Awesome. Wow.
And we will be at the Hope Lodge on Friday, the night before the Pink Out game, for Connor Happer Show and Unsportsmanlike Conduct for our annual paper drive, where we ask for donations of paper products or just straight cash, homie. Cancer.org/pinkout. In fact, you can donate right now if you want to the Hope Lodge, which is the home away from home for cancer patients who are getting their life-saving treatments here in Omaha and have to be close to their hospital. They can't drive home. They live too far away.
Yeah.
Or it's too expensive to go back and forth. This is their home away from home. And it's a great service. And I look forward to being there again on Friday. Coach Mack will join us in place.
And we apologize for those who will have to listen in person, who have to listen to our discussion about Dungeons and Dorks or whatever we're watching.
Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves.
You have no-
Watch it on Paramount.
It was funny because I
Nice,
was
Nick.
I was
Those
on
are 2 different services.
It's on
for now.
Paramount.
I was on the plane.
Yeah.
Wondering if the internet was going to work, and I was going
Was
to be
the
able
internet
to watch,
undefeated?
watch the Ravens game. And I just, out of curiosity, went to the little, the entertainment system in the airplane.
Yeah.
Where it had all these on-demand TV shows and movies.
Yeah.
And I said, gee, I wonder if Nick's stupid movie is on here. And it was.
Of course.
I was that close to pressing play.
Do you like the
But
taste
then,
of crow,
then
John?
the beautiful picture of not quite 1080p, very kind of fuzzy, but still
Like your
adequate.
camera sometimes.
Yes. Lamar Jackson showed up on my phone and I said, thank you, Lamar. I think I will watch this fuzzy football game instead.
In defense, though, of past you would have been done, and then you wouldn't have to watch it. Future you still has to watch it, and you're busy.
But then I would have missed, the
watch.
Ravens game.
Yeah, that game kind of sucked in the second half, though.
It did.
Kind of sucked in the second half.
But it's kind of like, I look at Nick's movies kind of like how I studied for algebra tests. I think I can wait till tomorrow to study.
You guys like
I think I
Whiplash?
can wait for the next day.
Whiplash was a great movie.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I've had already seen it, though, many times, Nick.
Whiplash, remind...
That was the drummer.
That was good.
Yeah. Some tweets coming in, by the way. Ray says, John just said UConn took Creighton out back like Old Yeller. Where is Stibbs at when you need the drop? Wrigley, get down.
Oh, come on.
I did that once and I felt bad. I'm not gonna
It's
do it
bad
again.
enough my dog got abused this weekend because the wife put
I
a
saw
49ers
this.
jersey on her.
I saw Riggs.
That's dog abuse.
Yippee.
She was very sad. You see those sad eyes?
Dude, they did look
I
sad.
have to wear this, and now look at me. I feel like a loser, like Brock Purdy.
Get her a Rams jersey.
Yippee.
I don't like to put things. I Wrigley, I don't. She's
You
got
think-
enough hair. I don't like to put like sweaters on her and stuff.
We put a coat on Banks when
Yeah,
we
I've
take
seen
him out
Mr.
on
Banks'
super cold
coats.
days. Yippee texts in, Mac is going to kill his players.
How is Mac going to kill his player?
You ask him. I don't know. Torture.
With the whole throwing up thing, like Scott Frost.
I mean, I was at practice the day after the
Torture.
UConn game, and
Mm-hmm.
while yes, there were some times where he was emphatic, never once did I feel like any of the players' lives were threatened.
Okay. Well, we'll ask
It
him
was
on
a-
Friday.
It was a very
Coach, do you
workmanlike
plan on
practice.
taking them out back like Old Yeller? I haven't watched that movie in years. I have no desire to rewatch Old Yeller.
I've never seen it.
Yeah. I watched it like multiple times as a kid for some reason. I don't know why.
Why multiple times?
I don't know. I didn't have a dog yet, and now I can't.
I've never
And
seen
you
it. I
wonder why
refuse
the
to watch
murder
it.
cult happened.
No. I don't like it when dogs die.
Also, Cockbrenner when Coach Mack.
Cockbrenner?
Kalkbrenner.
Wow.
When Coach Mack tells
Yeah.
him it's time to practice.
Wow.
Yeah.
KD writes about David Lombardi, that 49ers beat
Yeah.
writer. He is wild with his quarterback takes. He got crazy about Jimmy G2. We used to have David on. He covered Stanford back in the ESPN.com
Yes, he did.
blogging days.
Why
We haven't
the
had him on
hell
as
that-
a 49ers guy.
Yeah, well, we must have only had him on for 25 teams, right?
Yeah.
Because we would have no other reason to talk Stanford.
They were
football.
good for a few years.
They were.
The David Shaw era.
They were. But even when they were good, the only reason we would have them is for 25 teams.
That's very true.
Because then we'd ignore them the rest of the season, just like the country ignores the Pac-12.
That's
And now they have nothing to
Pac-2.
ignore.
the Pac-12, Old Yeller.
No.
Handshake meme.
Pac-12, Old Yeller handshake meme.
Yeah.
By the way, I did get someone sent me a video, the fire truck video that we showed.
Yeah.
From the reverse angle.
Oh.
So this fire truck is basically sliding down the street, pinwheeling, just spinning round and round. And it does. It hits the car in the next door neighbor's driveway, basically like a ball hitting a bat or a bat hitting a ball. Just
Does the car roll?
No. The car it gets knocked forward.
Oh man. Your
Just
insurance would
smacks the
take care of
crap
that,
out.
right? Or would the fire truck insurance take care of it for you?
Well, yeah, that's
Fire
the
truck
city.
fall under act of God?
Great question, Nick. Where
No.
does this fall under?
Well, no.
One of my friends works for an
insurance-
insurance company. I'll ask him.
If there's an insurance company that would not pay for that person's car, or the city or the county, whoever is the governing body of the fire department, didn't take care of the damages, then there's something wrong.
Michael asks, or says, first of all, Marley and Me is the one that's hard to watch. Never saw it.
Not going to watch it.
Never will. Don't
Never
you
gonna
dare
watch
pick
it.
it, Nick.
I will never.
And he adds, why does he keep calling him Cockbrenner? Nick?
Because I'm bad at enunciating when I
Hmm.
should.
Well, that's interesting given you work in radio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kalkbrenner. I'm half Southern.
There we go. That doesn't, nope. I'm not going to hear this. I'm not going to hear this, Nick. I listen to podcasts with people who are from Boston, and you would never guess they're from Boston.
Who are of Boston.
Because they removed the
That
accent.
reminds me, I went down a rabbit hole the other day.
Boston?
There's a Funny or Die sketch with Tom Brady where he goes into a Dick's Sporting Goods or one of the.
Is it
sporting
actual
goods
Tom
stores.
Brady?
Yes. Where the clerk who's helping him mocks him because he sounds like he has a Boston accent. And of course, Tom Brady does not have a Boston accent. It's like only 3 minutes long. It's
Yeah.
on YouTube. Check it out. It's funny.
Funny or Die, R.I.P.
Because he's like, I'm not from Boston. I'm from California. I'm from San Mateo. Oh, San Mateo, Massachusetts? No, San Mateo, California. And then there's like literally cardboard
Brady.
stand-ups of Tom Brady selling sporting goods around. He says, "This is me." It's a very
Tom
good bit.
Brady.
It's from about 15 years ago.
Wow.
It's during the period where Tom Brady had very short hair.
Okay, I was going to ask you if it was very long hair.
No. It's when he had the very short hair.
Okay. And then John texts in, Movie Club, Marley and Me. John, hell no.
No.
I skipped Movie Club that week.
We watched an English class one day.
No.
It was toward the end of the year. There was nothing going on. So our teacher's like,
God,
let's watch Marley and Me.
English class is depressing enough.
Yeah, exactly.
I was fine with it. I liked English class. Read a
Yeah.
lot of cool stories.
Saddest movie I ever watched was My Dog Skip No, thank you.
Frankie Muniz.
Yeah, he hits the dog, and then the dog dies at the end. Spoiler alert.
Spoilers.
God, it's a dog movie. What do you expect's going to happen? There's never a dog movie with a happy ending, except for Homeward Bound. They eventually made it home.
Oh, I'm sure Lassie or Benji had some good endings.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Lassie probably died of stress because what's-his-face kept getting stuck in the well.
Damn it, not again.
Back in a moment, 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
The Home Depot makes it easy to shop and save on appliances in-store and online. Enjoy savings on top brands like GE, LG, Frigidaire, Whirlpool, and more. Find kitchen appliances with helpful features like customized organization, and save time with laundry appliances that have faster wash and dry cycles. Final days to get up to $450 off select appliances at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid January 4th through 24th. Gas ranges and dryers extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Shout out Riley. I said that there's never a dog movie with a happy ending.
Yeah.
Air Bud.
Never saw it.
Very happy ending. The dog helps them win in basketball.
Or
was Air Bud, the first Air Bud was at football.
There's a billion Air Buds, and then there was Air Buddies where they're puppies.
Yeah, I only watched Air Bud 1 and 2. I think Air Bud 1 was basketball. Yeah. So the dog, John, we should do that for Movie Club. The dog helped them win in basketball.
Did they?
They tossed the ball and he'd hit it with his nose and it would go in. Now, there was a point where the main character Josh, tough look for Josh is out there. He says, "Go away from me, dog!" And he throws a bone or a ball, and the dog runs away because he was in his feels. His dad had died, I think.
Did you hear that there was a Big East version of Air Bud? The dog goes up to try to make the shot and then just gets clotheslined by a couple of cats, and they don't call a foul. The cats end up winning.
And then there was an Air Bud where the dog played football.
Seems dangerous.
Disney movies were
That
wild
seems
in the 90s.
very
I
dangerous.
feel like you can't get a good dog.
Don't tackle a dog; you'll hurt their hips, man.
You're gonna give a dog CTE.
There you go.
Well, speaking of basketball, Nebraska with the win against Northwestern.
Yeah, we talked about all of the other ancillary stuff surrounding this game with Jack Mitchell earlier. If you'd like to hear that conversation,
Right, not the game itself, but
Jeremy says Air Bud is definitely dead now. Jeremy.
Well, it is an old movie.
I know, but I don't want to think about dead dogs.
Well, speaking of not dead dogs, Nebraska's season's not dead.
Well done. You landed that plane.
I could do that.
Getting the win over Northwestern. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The latest
You're about to pull
projections.
No, I have not seen this. What does it say now? What does Bart say this time?
No, this isn't Bart.
Oh, is this Ken Palm, your little Ken
No,
Palm?
this is not Ken Palm. This is
Is
another.
this
It's another friend of
Franklin?
yours.
Is this Tim Kruger?
This is another friend of yours. Yes.
Tim, I saw Tim recently. What does Tim say?
Nebraska, a 10 seed
Are they
against Villanova
in Omaha.
In Omaha.
Can someone explain why everyone is picking them to play in Omaha? Wouldn't the committee do whatever they can to not put a low-seeded team an hour away from home? That is just like an unfair advantage that they would earn.
You would have to. Tim is much better at this process, and I trust. Listen,
Yeah,
I
he
trust
knows what he's
I
doing.
trust his judgment implicitly because I mean, this is his wheelhouse.
Yeah,
selection process, how it works. He's talked to all the experts.
Yeah.
So I trust his judgment implicitly. He's not just doing this because it's a cute story. But there is an element of, keeping teams local at times that can be at play here.
It just seems like that would be, again, they're a 10 seed, and so let's pretend that they pick up their first ever tournament win. Let's pretend. And then they play the 2 seed. Like that, again, they get a home court advantage. That a 2 seed would be like, what, this is our reward. Now, again, they would be a 10 seed, so they would be a worse basketball team.
Well,
but still, just like what you would gain from being put here is incredible.
Here's the other thing, and this is why I would dread, because the conversation would be very toxic. Because keep in mind, one of the reasons why Omaha gets in the rotation as often as it does is A, they do a great job of hosting the NCAA alongside Creighton and all the people here in Omaha that help put on the event.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also very well attended.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very well attended because Creighton season ticket holders gobble up a lot of the seats.
Yeah. Congrats to
How
them.
does that process work? If Nebraska got sent to Omaha.
I know how it works. Well, first of all, the J-Skers would love it because they'd go watch.
The J-Skers would love it.
Well, there is a one of our finest listeners. You know him as KD, the 49ers fan. He is a season ticket holder.
Mm-hmm.
And he has said, I would love for Nebraska to come here because then I would sell the tickets and make a lot of money. So my guess is that is what would happen.
See, that's the thing.
Creighton fans are going to root for this. Like, it's funny that they would then end up rooting for Nebraska to make it to the tournament because if they come to Omaha, it would help fill their bank accounts.
Now, also keep in mind, Tim's bracket also has Kansas as the 2 seed in Omaha.
Oh, my gosh.
And you can also sell your tickets to Kansas fans.
That's true. And so maybe they would sell them to Kansas fans. But wow.
But yeah, just
what
that,
kind of money could you
whole
charge?
Dynamic.
Yeah.
If that were to actually happen, and there's a long time between now and then, right?
Yeah, 2 months.
A lot of things can happen. Nebraska still has wood to chop. But if that were to happen, the inner politics of the J-Skers wearing their red for that game versus the Creighton fan who will be like, oh, I'll sell you my tickets.
Or
it'll cost you a lot of money.
Or
selling them to the other teams or just using them and then going there to cheer against Nebraska. There's a whole lot of different things that could be at play.
Do you
here.
know how many season ticket holders, first of all, are there?
There's over 15. I think it's 15,000. It's in the neighborhood of 15,000.
Wow, how big is it?
But the season, I believe the season tickets are up to 12,000 in the NCAA tournament because the NCAA has to have their tickets for their corporate sponsors. They hold back
3,000.
They hold back tickets for all of the competing teams in the pod.
So in theory,
I think about 12,000 actually get sold to Creighton season ticket holders.
Okay.
And they're always gobbled up.
Oh, yeah, of course they are.
Always.
Yeah, whether you want to go or not, it's a way to, make a couple bucks, or it's a way to go watch basketball all day on a Thursday or Friday and then a Saturday and a Sunday.
Exactly.
I mean, we would have some. Our company would. Shout out to all of our fine sponsors who would then have tickets to go to the Nebraska game. Wow. That would be, you want to talk about a way for everything to just ramp up to a degree that we haven't seen around here before. I mean, first of all, the first tournament appearance in a decade. Second of all, home games essentially is what we're describing right now. Crazy.
Yeah.
Jason says, I guess you'd have to assume all those Creighton fans that have tickets will sell them to Husker fans. I mean, I think, John, you just did a nice breakdown of maybe who they would sell them to or keeping them to root against Nebraska. Now, obviously, another part of this would
a lot of them buy the tickets because they like to go to the game.
The other part is, where is Creighton playing and when is Creighton playing is the more important. Because I remember when I did my stats work for Westwood 1 in 2012, the year that Missouri got upset as a 2 seed, it was the same day alignment as Creighton. And where they were.
And they were playing Alabama.
Yes. And so.
And that game went down to the last second.
And so I remember there were all of these people that were up in the concourses watching Creighton. And then when that game happened, they all came back down. So there was a half hour where it was like, where is everybody? And then we realized they're out in the concourses watching Creighton. And then they came back in. So yeah, it's not like they just don't go. Creighton fans do go to that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, their team is playing on the same day. KD has tweeted in. He says it's the easiest decision ever to sell in that world where KU and NU are here. I'd parlay that into following Creighton wherever they go. Seriously, if you have Creighton or if you have Kansas and Nebraska and Omaha, oh my gosh, the price of the brick just went up. Congrats to you. You're going to be able to follow Creighton around. Yeah, that'd be. Whew. Also, the funny thing to think about too, John, is the number of local beat writers and non-beat writers that would be like, we're all going to this thing. You'd have all these Husker media people.
Yeah, and it can be a nightmare scenario because Kansas brings a lot of people with them. And you would have every Tom, Dick, and Harry and people like Sip who don't watch basketball but would be there anyway because it's a big story.
I mean, you're not wrong. You would have the Steve Sipples of all of these local markets that would just parachute in because it's the biggest story of March. And that's just one part of the bracket. What's the other part of the bracket? And who else could end up coming in? What does Tim have? Do you have Tim's bracket in front of you? I would be curious to know who else he has in Omaha and what that would look like as well.
He has Clemson, Cincinnati, Marquette, and High Point.
Well, Marquette, I mean, they're close by.
Marquette's close, and obviously, they travel well. And High Point, that's where
it's a swimming pool I grew up in.
That's where former Creighton assistant Al Huss is in his first year.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Mike just texted in. Tim also has High Point coached by Alan Huss here versus Marquette. Jim.
Now again, this is a bracket projection on January the 22nd.
Put it on the list.
Get the eggs.
I'm not going to put that on the list. Jim and O'Neill does text in. As someone whose kids have watched all the Air Bud movies, I can tell you there is an Air Bud for basketball, football, volleyball, soccer, and baseball. All great cinema.
Wow, but no hockey Air Bud. Interesting.
Wow. Well, that's just because you'd have to stream that movie only because that's how college hockey fans watch their sport. Good luck to UNO in their next game.
And yes, UNO.
Yes, UNO.
Yep. There you go. All right. Coming up, it's time to head to the hot take market, and it's free sample day.
I have some football takes for you.
I'm hungry.
On 1620 The Zone. But speaking of the conference championships, they are set. And if you've been waiting all this time from the sidelines to jump in, you got to get in right now because we only have 3 meaningful football games left. And for new customers who bet this Sunday's conference championship games with $150 in bonus bets, guaranteed. I don't know where that came from. I don't either. But all you have to do is place that first $5 bet. That's right. Place a $5 bet on any one of this weekend's conference championship game action and get $150 in bonus bets. Chiefs right now are a 3.5-point dog. It's about where they were against Buffalo.
Ooh.
Guess who won? Frisco. They got a touchdown on Detroit. It's about where they were a week ago. Did not cover. A lot of great picks. Get yours now, FanDuel.com/1620.
Not to mention, John, as we get closer and closer to the games, we know if Deebo Samuel is playing or not. Brock Purdy will be on the field. Jared Goff, of course, Mahomes versus Jackson. All of the prop bets, anytime touchdowns. Travis Kelce had a couple yesterday. Maybe you like Travis Kelce to score because it is the playoffs, and that is what he usually does. As John said, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 today and take advantage of this incredible offer. $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet at FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, a lot going on out there right now. The area JFK northbound between Childs and Chandler still closed due to that earlier accident. Also closed due to an accident 84th Street southbound between L Street and Q Street. Accident reported I-480 northbound just north of Dodge has the right lane blocked. And we have a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane Dodge eastbound to I-680 south. And those traffic signals still dark. Highway 370 both east and westbound at 42nd Street. Please stay safe and wear those seatbelts, everybody. I'm Peter Krenzer.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Dealing with any type of plumbing issue can be overwhelming, especially if it's related to your drain or sewer lines. Thankfully, Zoom Drain specializes in drain and sewer services of all scopes. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
The Blackstone Meatball is where casual charm meets culinary excellence. Our diverse menu offers comforting pastas, fresh salads, hearty sandwiches, and of course, meatballs. Elevate your experience with a craft cocktail or a glass of wine from our well-curated selection. Whether it's a laid-back lunch, a cozy date night, or a catered celebration, the Blackstone Meatball promises upscale flavors and a casual, welcome setting. Visit us at one of our 2 locations, the Blackstone District or just west of Village Point on 180th and Dodge, or visit theblackstonemeatball.com.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot around and overtime shows, the Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot around and overtime shows are also presented by Union Bank and Trust. Hear the breakdown and coverage about your top-ranked Creighton men's basketball team before and after each game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, the 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Creighton Sports Update. Creighton men's basketball returns to CHI Health Center tomorrow for a Big East showdown with Xavier. With only 6 home games left, don't miss your chance to see Blue Jay men's basketball. To purchase tickets and follow along on all things Creighton athletics, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air.
Wow, Wow, just rubbing it in on the old Bills fans, I see.
Oh, you stop it.
You're rubbing what?
It.
Rubbing it in. I mean, they are suffering today.
I know. I wonder how many of those fans had that moment that I had last Monday where they woke up.
No, they didn't because they were never down by 4 touchdowns.
You're a jerk. And they're like,
4 points maybe.
Oh, man. The season ended in horrifying fashion. I'll say this. I'll give a little solace to Bills fans. If they would have made the kick, they still probably would have lost.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of time left.
Yeah. So,
and they weren't really. They'd stopped Mahomes all of like one time, I think.
I guess they had stopped him in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but it just
and
in that moment,
goal line.
In that moment where all you need is a field goal, and old Butker is about the best cold weather kicker there is.
Yeah,
they weren't. Yeah, you're right.
So there you go. Take solace in that. You would have lost anyway.
It's just, but it's the fact that it went wide right.
I know. And then Jim Nantz is like, "Hey, remember
that
wide right?
Hey, remember that kick?"
Jim Nantz is like, "I have the game on my phone. Here's Scott Norwood missing the kick." Poor Bills fans. I feel for him, man.
Yeah,
I feel for him. They played valiantly.
They did.
That fake punt was stupid. The fact that the Chiefs fumbled a couple plays later has caused us to move on from what could have been it still was one of the worst play calls that I have seen ever.
Well, yeah, especially when you have one of the best running quarterbacks of all
just
time.
let Josh Allen do
just go
something.
for it.
Do you
Just
think
go for it.
they did that to try to give DeMar Hamlin a moment? It's like hey, he's back and look at him.
Yeah, I would.
That would be a dumb reasoning for that.
Yeah, it was stupid regardless.
Yeah.
And it was because the Chiefs had 10 guys on the field, right? So they got a
Yeah.
look and they're like, well, we have to run. It just seemed so like dissectable from right when he gets the ball. I'm like, oh wow, he is not getting the first down.
Yeah. There was no fooling anybody. It wasn't a great play design, in my opinion.
No, it was not.
Well, it is time for some free samples day at the old Hot Take Market. Josh, you start.
All right, cool. I'm going to begin with one that I think you're going to be stunned by. You're right. They shouldn't change the fumble rule.
God dang it, you took my best one. That was literally the last one I had.
I don't know what has happened to me. I apologize for stealing one of your takes. I've changed my tune.
Just the fact that you're acknowledging my correctness is enough for me.
The good news is I still think it's dumb.
Maybe it's that every rule.
Oh, well, good. I can just eviscerate you then.
I think I'm trying to figure out why I have changed my mind on this. It might be that every rule change for the most part does favor the offense. And so I have thought about it from that perspective. And it's like, if you don't want to lose the ball, just don't fumble it, And one of my arguments against you for years has been, if you fumble out of bounds, you don't get punished for it, right?
Correct.
You still get the ball.
Correct.
And so I don't know if it's starting at the 20-yard line. Does that annoy me? What if instead of, you still got the ball, but you had to start where the fumble is? But I don't care. I'm fine with it. I've completely changed my tune. People say that in 2024, no one admits when they're wrong. No one can be convinced to come to the other side. John, I've crossed the aisle. I've crossed the aisle
proud of you.
to your side of the
I am
aisle.
proud of
Crap,
you.
that means I'm in the middle of the road now, like that guy earlier.
No, this
this
isn't
is
the
an
middle of the road.
old thing.
This is the right side of the road where you're supposed to be driving. Unless you're in Europe, then you're going the wrong way.
Like
But-
Germany.
But see, this is the part, and I went round and round with a lot of people.
Oh,
the
I
last
saw
24
you
hours.
tweeting. Yeah, I kept this quiet because I wanted to surprise you.
The end zone is not the same as the other 100 yards on the field. A football field is 120 yards long. The
So unless you're
100
in
yards in
Canada,
the middle
hey.
is different than the 10 yards in each of the end zones. That's the goal.
You get points in that spot.
The scoring
The point
zone
zone.
in all sports is adjudicated and has rules different than in all other places on the field. For example, in basketball,
Ew.
if you, as an offensive or defensive player, touch a basketball when it is above the cylinder, that is a goaltend. If the ball is to either side of the rim and you swat at it, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
The scoring zone is treated differently than all other spots on the field. Thus, it is ruled differently. You don't spot a downed punt inside the end zone. Why? Because it comes out to the 20. So it's already acknowledging that the end zone is different than all other spots on the field. The argument that I thought you were going to go with, because this is what we've done in the
We've been
past,
debating it for
the
years.
whole dive for the pylon thing. And to those of you who love the dive for the pylon, and by the way, I'm not against the dive for the pylon.
You say know the moment, understand the moment.
You got to understand the moment.
Time and down. Distance.
But for those of you who love that play and think that changing this rule would make that play more commonplace, you might be right, but then it makes that play less meaningful. The reason why that play, the dive for the pylon, is so exciting is because
if you turn it over,
there's an element of risk.
Yeah.
There's danger.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, we watched Evel Knievel. If Evel Knievel was jumping into a safety net on the other end of those buses, it wouldn't be as exciting. No, you watched to see if he could stick the landing or if he broke half of his body.
Wow.
The element of danger is why the dive for the pylon or the dive for the goal line is so exciting, because there's the element of risk. So you would devalue the excitement level of that play if you got rid of this rule.
So
I
we're in
love
agreement.
this rule.
Yeah.
By the way, we have a poll question up, Pro Football Talk, because there's been talk of maybe changing this
For the
rule.
record, I think they are going to change it.
And if they do, it'd be the dumbest thing they ever do.
I think they should keep it.
But according to Pro Football Talk, 44% like the rule, 35% dislike it, and the other 21% don't care.
So more.
So this idea of everybody wants it changed, no, basically a third of you want it changed.
So last night when I was watching the game as a
you were watching
fresh foot, I was.
Wow.
You weren't
I
at
watched
some
both games.
pornographic steel mill concert?
Okay, John, if anything, it was very soft core.
No.
It was my first time seeing this, and I was so confused. I went into my group chat with my friends who are of football, and I'm like, why? Why is this a touchback? And they basically just said, because that's how it is. So you helped me understand it a little better. But I still think that unless it's recovered by the other team in the end zone, then it shouldn't matter. It should just be dead.
Nick, you're
Well, how
wrong.
do you
Sorry.
then what do you do with the ball?
Make it a first and goal situation.
Why should the offense be rewarded
What
for
if it was
fumbling?
already first and goal?
Yeah. Where do you
Run it
return the
back.
ball to? Everyone says,
Run it
we'll
back.
return it to the spot of the fumble. Or make him go back to the 20. Well, that's random too.
By the
The
way,
end zone is unique and different and is adjudicated as such and should be. It's a special place. Most you play a video game, right?
Yes.
Let's say you did.
these
When
are the
you
old
get to
times.
when you get to the last level,
it's different.
does it get
Bowser is harder at the end
easier?
of Bowser is harder at the end of Mario.
There
it
you
gets
go.
easier, though,
the
because
the
you have
ape
more
is
equipment,
more
you're
difficult
ready
at the
to-
end of Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
When you get close to the end zone, it
Tetris
should
is
be
faster.
tough to score.
Tetris is faster.
So what you're saying
Bingo.
is we should have an ape that throws barrels at players.
I would rather
in the end
have
zone.
that than them get rid of this rule.
Jed says now you are both idiots. Sorry, Jed. All right, John, you go to the market.
Well, we hinted at this a little bit earlier, but San Francisco is in trouble if Deebo Samuel cannot play.
Ooh, baby.
So much so that if we find out Deebo can't play, I may be picking Detroit this week.
Oh boy.
Now listen, San Francisco is a great team.
That's a tiny hands Brock Purdy.
Are they better? Are they a good team even without
Normal-sized
Deebo
hands.
Samuel? Yes. But when did they go through their slide? It was when Deebo Samuel was out. He adds an element to that offense that is unique and different. He's like the end zone of the San Francisco 49ers. The rest of the team, yeah, it's adjudicated differently, but there's something about Deebo. The passing, the receiving, the catching, the return, anything.
Yeah, he's a monster.
He is a unique all-purpose tool that not every team has, and for some reason, it just goes better with Deebo. And with the Lions playing with the confidence, plus it's taking another receiver off the field. If there's a weakness in the Lions, it's their secondary.
Mm-hmm.
But they managed to survive yesterday with a good Tampa Bay receiving core. Mike Evans is still a heck of a player. Trey had a great season for a rookie. And drawing a blank on the third receiver. That's a good receiver group. And it's not like the 49ers still don't have good receivers. But when they don't have Deebo, that is a different team. Frisco's in trouble if Deebo does not play on Sunday.
I'll give you my 49ers take just going off yours, and that is that it is like okay to be concerned about how Brock Purdy performed in that game, in whether it's in the aggregate or rather in the short term or even the long term. And I know that the weather was really bad, and so I'm really trying not to just overly judge him. off of that performance. But, you look back now at his very small sample size of playoff games. He has now started and finished 3 because, of course, he missed the majority of the Eagles game last year. In the first ever playoff game he played versus Seattle, he struggled in the first half. They ran away because they're Seattle. In the second one against the Cowboys, he was not very good last year. He made a couple of nice throws late, but he didn't play very well. We know what happened against the Eagles. And then this one. And so, I don't want to say the pressure is getting to him because that's Dak Prescott that the pressure gets to. But I think it's okay to worry about him. And certainly, the rain played a part. It's supposed to be really nice. I looked at the weather yesterday for Santa Clara. It's supposed to be a really gorgeous day in Santa Clara. So I think the offense will be fine. But it was the first time, I think, this year watching that Death Star offense where I was like, every yard seems really difficult and everything seems very hard for this team. So that was my takeaway from that. I want to give you a Lions take.
All right.
And I kind of alluded to this earlier, but you know how, when McVay started winning, then everyone was like, we got to find guys who are Sean McVay or no Sean McVay or have shaken Sean McVay's hand. Dan Campbell, I think, is going to be the archetype for future hires. I said it earlier, meathead football combined with a keen understanding of modern analytics. Super aggressive on the field. The only one that I could really compare him to is Vrabel, where it's he is going to have the cachet with the locker room of, I played in the NFL, so you should trust what I have to say. But he also understands, like Vrabel, what to do in certain situations, how to manage them. I said it. I would love to have this guy as the head coach of my favorite team. So I wonder if the lesson that franchises are going to learn, especially, John, if they win this week, but even if they don't, if owners are going to say, we got to find another Dan Campbell. I want a former player who understands down and distance situational football, but can also motivate, because that's what he has been able to do for the last 3 years.
Yeah. No, I can't disagree with you. He certainly has done something for that franchise that is incredible. And I know it was mentioned quite a few times during the broadcast, but the ownership, the general manager, that whole franchise, it starts from the top down.
Yeah.
You can't have that. Hint, hint, Jerry Jones. Can't have that without great leadership at the very top. Can't have it.
That was a sad face.
I know, it is a sad face. We have yet to talk about Mahomes.
We have.
Patrick Mahomes
is the best quarterback in the playoffs.
Well, still in the playoffs.
Take.
Still in the playoffs.
Okay.
Keep in mind, though, I didn't think Mahomes was great yesterday. And this is meant as a compliment, so stand with me here, Chiefs fans.
Disrespect.
He was calm.
Yeah.
And that's scary. He treated that game like any other game and played really well. All the analytics love him. He was the best graded quarterback of the weekend, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't think he was great. I just thought he was in control. And that makes a huge, huge difference. And that's scary.
Yeah.
We went through the numbers on Friday of all these other Hall of Fame caliber quarterbacks who have as many playoff wins or more playoff wins than Patrick Mahomes, and they struggled on the road in the playoffs. Didn't get it done early on in their careers for the most part on the road in the playoffs. Well, Mahomes did.
Yep.
Now he's going to have another challenge this week with Baltimore, and dare I say a better team. And here's why I won't go all the way and say that Mahomes was great.
Well, he missed
Bills did not pressure him at all.
No, and when
the Bills
they did,
could
he was
not
able to
pressure
move out
him. And that's a credit to Kansas City. But he didn't face a lot of duress. He will face a lot more duress this next week against the Ravens than he did against Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not saying that if I'm a quarterback, I'd rather play with a clean pocket or, not have a whole lot of pressure too. So if the Chiefs can make it another clean day for him, they ain't losing. The Ravens have to muddy that pocket. They've got to chase his ass. And you know what? I'll also throw out a bone. Chiefs receivers played well.
Yeah, they did.
Valdez-Scantling made a good catch. Kelsey only had one whiff. It's almost like a switch flip for them. It's like, oh, now the season can start. Click. And some of that, too, is Buffalo is playing a little shorthanded. But also keep in mind, Willie Gay was supposed to be the spy on Josh Allen. He got hurt early in the game. And in the fourth quarter, Buffalo only had 7 rushing yards.
Did a great job.
So, all around, really, really solid performance from the Chiefs.
I want to talk about their next opponent with one of my last ones, and that is, and I want to look back to and also forward because there are 4 teams left. We entered the playoffs with 4 teams. The Ravens, I think, are easily the most complete team in the playoffs. That does not mean I think they're going to win on Sunday, but when I watched them and then I watched everybody else, I came away so impressed by their offense, their defense. I know their special teams gave up the punt return that made the game interesting for a few minutes. But, dude, they don't have Mark Andrews right now, and it sounds like he's about to return. They have these players that are emerging. Lamar put together his finest playoff performance, 4 touchdowns, and it's funny because, like, the raw production, I mean, what do you have, 250 yards, somewhere in there? It still doesn't, like, tell the whole story in how I thought that he just controlled that game incredibly well, especially in the second half. So, where the 49ers, they almost gave that game away. The Chiefs-Bills was super back and forth. The Lions, at times it's like, who's going to win this game? I watch the Ravens and I say, that is the best team in football, but that doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl. But they impressed me the most this weekend.
Final one for me. A Lions-Chiefs Thursday night football night 1 rematch feels as likely as a Ravens-Niners rematch.
You're 50-50 essentially?
I go back to what I said earlier about Debo. If Debo's not playing, I like Detroit. And could you see Patrick Mahomes and company find another way again, albeit against a team that's a little healthier and better than Buffalo is? I'm not going to count him out. So right now, as of today, January the 22nd, Monday before the game, a Lions-Chiefs Super Bowl feels as likely as a Niners-Ravens Super Bowl does to me right now.
My last one is, you remember when you were like a teenager and then into your college years, remember how...
I do it. I went to a lot of industrial coal mining pornography concerts.
The Cowboys won Super Bowls. It was a simpler time.
It was an ugly, awful, disgusting time. Frisco was winning.
And that leads into my take. Do you remember how the NFC owned the NFL for years?
Yes.
I think that we are entering into a period where the AFC is about to do the same thing. Look,
the Rams are still in the NFC.
Look at the quarterbacks on the AFC side.
Oh, are we going to do this again?
No, I'm just saying, look at the quarterbacks on the AFC side.
But weren't we talking this way before the season started?
Well, we were
How
right.
great the AFC.
We were right. Dude, it is Brock Purdy versus Jared Goff. Meanwhile, you have
these games, yes.
You have to get through Josh Allen just to make the conference title game, let alone the Super Bowl. Mahomes or the MVP Lamar Jackson will be on the sidelines. Like the NFC this weekend had Jordan Love, first-year starter, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, and Brock Purdy. Like, they're fine. They're nice quarterbacks. The AFC side has MVPs, current MVPs, former MVPs, and the literal best quarterback in the NFL. I think that gauntlet is just going to make it. It's going to be hell to pay, and then the team that emerges is going to be victorious more often than not in the coming years.
Oh, that's good. They don't have the number 1 quarterback, though, Matt Stafford, who's still going to be around next year with a number 1 draft pick on his side and maybe some exciting trades.
I'm
not disagreeing with you. Obviously, the star quarterbacks are on the AFC side, but Chiefs went 10-7 this year in the regular season. And sure, they're turning it on now.
See, and that's the thing, though.
They're turning it on now.
If this version of Kansas City makes the Super Bowl, if this one does, I mean, it's almost like, what can you do? This is the year to get them. Like, everyone has. Yes, they will be very upgraded at the wide receiver position next year, I would bet.
But will they be downgraded in other places as other people age out
or retire?
Other teams get better. I mean, remember,
fair question.
We got a quarterback heavy draft coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we don't know what's going to happen with Dallas. I think Green Bay and Los Angeles. I think
That's what's
Green
gonna
Bay and
happen.
LA
Oh.
are teams on the come, as Bo Pelini would say.
Oh, hell yeah. Like Nick on Saturday or Friday, whatever it was.
So, and if the Bucks can build a little bit more and build
back
around
better.
old Baker, Baker.
Oh, man. Baker Mayfield winning the Super Bowl. Yeah, nah.
Bucks with 2 C's.
Nate
Baker Mayfield played well this
He
week.
did. I'm not going to say he
did.
didn't. I'm just going to say, like, he is not on the same level of Lamar and Mahomes, and Josh Allen and CJ Stroud.
Okay.
Not to mention Joe Burrow will be back too. Remember him? Remember
No,
old Joey
People
B?
forgot about Joe Burrow.
Tua? All right, never mind. Nate Bellevue texts in, your comments
Fair.
on the fumble at the pylon rule might be the greatest wisdom you've ever displayed on the show. Keep the rule. Then he adds, Brock and Niners are fine without Debo. They missed Trent Williams more than Debo, not saying they won't miss him, but they'll be
disagree.
fine. Go Niners.
I'm not saying they didn't miss a great anchor like Trent Williams. Not saying that, but that offense is a different offense without Debo Samuel.
Yes.
And if that's one less weapon that Brock Purdy has at his disposal with that pass rush for Detroit. Now, the key, and this is where Frisco's got a lot of teams, that running game is really good. And you've got Christian McCaffrey. So again, I'm not saying the 49ers are dead in the water without Debo, but
you're just saying they're putting the noose around them.
I think they're in trouble if they don't have Debo. Do not, Frisco fan, because I know you like to do this.
Here
You're
we
very
go.
arrogant.
Beady-eyed,
Very
four-eyed
arrogant.
Frisco fan.
No. That's only Harbaugh.
Oh, my bad. He
Who
coached
we'll
there
talk
famously.
about next.
Oh, John, how'd you bring this soapbox in here without us seeing
I didn't
it?
bring in a soapbox, but Frisco fan
Put it
has a
down.
tendency to be very arrogant.
Oh.
And by the way, your streak is longer than the Cowboys.
Yes,
streak.
thank you for reminding us, John.
People forget that,
They lost to Joe Flacco in the Super Bowl once. He sucks.
but I don't.
Thank you, John. Hey, you're laughing again.
He's smiling.
Oh, I'm smiling. I'm Tony Soprano with the pillow, and your team is Mother Soprano laying on that bed. It's either going to be Detroit, or it's going to be Kansas City, or it's going to be Baltimore. You're going to get got, and then I can finally burn that stupid jersey that was sadly around my dog's body all day. When I got home at 1 o'clock in the morning, she was still wearing that jersey.
Maybe she liked it, John.
And what was the first thing I did when I got home? I took that thing off. And then
burn
the
it?
first thing my wife said the next morning was it really necessary to take off the jersey? I said, yes. Because my dog will not be
Don't tell me my
polluted.
business, devil woman.
See, I wouldn't, if I was Wrigley, I wouldn't want to wear it all day and then even sleeping. Probably isn't comfy to sleep in.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
John, wear it tonight to bed and see how you feel.
I'll wear it as a diaper. For me to poop in.
Nice.
1620 the zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and cool tonight with a dense fog advisory, low temperature dropping back in the lower 30s. A light wintry mix during the morning on Tuesday, otherwise cloudy and cool, high temperature around 34. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, that earlier accident on 84th Street southbound between L and Q has been cleared at this time, but the accident on L Street southbound between 288th and 276th is still being worked on the right shoulder, and we have reports of a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane on North 60th Street northbound at State, and the traffic signals still appear to be dark. Highway 370 east and westbound at 42nd Street. Do proceed with caution there. Remember to stay safe and wear those seatbelts, everybody. I'm I'm Peter Krenzer.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery has raised over $965 million, which has helped provide more than 117,000 college scholarships, save wildlife habitats across the state, and fund new facilities at the Nebraska State Fair. The Nebraska Lottery, helping to build a better Nebraska.
It's no secret. Getting older can take away a lot of the things we took for granted, your hair, your mood, your sex drive. But there's two important things to remember. You're not alone, and something can be done to help. John Bishop here for Hims.com. You know, if you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments also fit seamlessly in your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow, and Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
The Blackstone Meatball is where casual charm meets culinary excellence. Our diverse menu offers comforting pastas, fresh salads, hearty sandwiches, and of course, meatballs. Elevate your experience with a craft cocktail or a glass of wine from our well-curated selection. Whether it's a laid-back lunch, a cozy date night, or a catered celebration, the Blackstone Meatball promises upscale flavors in a casual, welcome setting. Visit us at one of our two locations, the Blackstone District or just west of Village Point on 180th and Dodge, or visit theblackstonemeatball.com.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Hey, let's make things real hard.
On 1620 The Zone.
So we're talking about the beady-eyed?
Real quick before we get to that.
Why do you keep saying that, Josh?
Creighton's pink out game opponent, DePaul, will have a different coach when they come to town on Saturday. Tony Stubblefield has been relieved of his duties.
They shaved that stubble.
I say that doesn't sound like a real name.
Nope.
Oh, it's a very real name. Tony.
Sounds like the name of an angsty neighbor in a Disney Channel TV movie.
That's Mr. Stubblefield over
this
there.
is harsh. They already took down his his bio page.
Wow,
that's mean.
They had that in the can.
Mm-hmm.
The interim head coach is Matt Brady, who was previously on the staff.
The bunch.
No, not that. No, there was no Matt Brady on the Brady bunch. How would you like to be? Now, I get it. You're celebrating. You're still basking in the glow. You finally broke through that imaginary ceiling you've created for yourself as a program that wins a lot but never wins championships.
You beat Ohio State for a third straight year in that fraud Ryan Day. Yeah, continue.
Who likes bad music and artists.
But if you're someone who is, and listen, as someone who has experienced championships with his favorite teams, you, at some point, you start to go, well, God, now I want another one. And now I want another one.
Mm-hmm.
How are those Michigan fans feeling today? Because right now, your program is in quite the state of limbo. Mr. Harbaugh is not hustling to a decision, if you will. He had a second interview with the Chargers that's coming up this week. But he is just living the dream. He's basking in the glow of winning.
Yep.
Greatest success he's ever had as a coach or a player.
Got to go watch his brother coaching a playoff game on Saturday.
Here's what his schedule was this week. He was a surprise speaker at a March for Life event in Washington, D.C. on Friday. Then he went to Baltimore to root for his brother, the Ravens. And he said, as far as his decision-making process, I just take the counsel from God and the Holy Spirit and Mr. Jack Harbaugh, my dad, and my wife, Sarah, just taking the advice, just living one day at a time, one day at a time, one game at a time, one play at a time. Direct quote from Jim Harbaugh.
Normal, very normal. So is the question here, how do Michigan fans feel, do we think?
I mean, He's leaving. I mean, he's hanging Michigan out to dry right now. Even if he comes back, how much activity has been done towards next season?
I mean, I get what you're saying.
Because it feels like he's out to lunch.
And I don't want to come across as a defender of Harbaugh. Because
I mean, what does it come across to you like?
Well, I mean, I would say, is this any different than a couple of years ago when he literally was interviewing with the Minnesota Vikings on signing day? Like, I feel like that is way more egregious than this.
Right. But
he
that was
interviewed on signing day.
But that was a month. That was by the calendar 1 month ago. We are in the
No. He interviewed in February.
Oh, February.
He interviewed in the second signing day. So think about that. The season had ended. They had lost to Georgia. So this was the year when they beat Ohio State for the first time and then lost to Georgia. So over a month or a couple of days passed. No, a month passes. Yeah, because he interviewed on signing day. So he interviewed in February for the Vikings job. And eventually, for whatever reason, he doesn't get it. So I like, you're making very good points. This is super duper odd. And I think it's still fairly obvious he's leaving. It's just figuring out where he's going. And,
Now, I guess, if you're Michigan, what you're hoping for is, well, we've already got our guy in place, and it's Sherrod Moore, the offensive coordinator who was the interim coach when Harbaugh took one of his many suspension sabbaticals. So I guess from that standpoint, you're probably okay.
Sabbatical?
But still, if you're a Michigan fan, who do you rather want? You want Harbaugh or Sherrod Moore?
You want
Harbaugh.
Because he wins you games, he wins you championships, and he put you over the top.
And he truly is a Michigan man.
So emotionally unavailable, though.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I'd be fine with this. If I'm a Michigan fan, I say, sign me up. We just won a national championship, Like, I feel like it's even understandable from that perspective.
I'm not saying, that this whole experience has been a bad experience or that the championship isn't worth it.
Because it is.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
But if you're looking down the road, because guess what? Next season's going to happen.
Yeah.
And the season after that is going to happen.
And at a certain point,
take
he
it
won't
from
be
me.
the head
Trust
coach.
me. In 2017, I was just as wound up as I was in 2016.
I can confirm.
In 2022, I was just as wound up as I was in 2021 after the Rams won. Because you want the next one. You're always chasing it. It's like it's like a drug.
So one of the things that apparently is going on the Michigan side right now is there is a contract. He does have a contract offer. He wants some language in there in regards to the NCAA and a suspension. And they want language in there that he will stop doing this dance with the NFL.
Right.
And so ultimately, I just wonder if both sides are going to be able to come together and give the other what they want. Will he get what he wants and will they get what they want? Because he's last year when he came back and the year before when he came back, he's like, no, who has it better than us? Nobody. Like, he was like, I'm proud to be a Michigan guy. And then the very next year he did it again. And now he's doing it again after winning the national championship.
Harbaugh is Harbaugh. He is who he is.
Correct.
This is the mercurial self that he is.
It's why
you can put any language in a contract. It isn't going to stop Jim Harbaugh from acting like Jim Harbaugh.
It's
good
why,
and bad.
And that's the thing. It is why he does this every year. And it's also why he was able to win a national championship outright without any ifs, ands, or buts for the first time.
Except for the fact they cheated.
Except for that fact. For the first time since the 40s.
Yeah.
For the first time since the 40s. There was no split vote. There was none of that stuff. It's what makes him, it's what makes him so great, and it has to be what makes him so maddening. It's why the 49ers were happy to move on from the guy after 4 years of their most successful seasons that they had had in a while.
Yeah.
They were happy to move on from him. Now, did that look smart when Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly sucked? No. But eventually they ended up with Kyle Shanahan, and here they are, another win away from a Super Bowl. So he is a curious guy. He's he's curious. I'm fascinated by the man because we don't see this in our sports where a guy will they get past the mountain of Ohio State. Then they do it again. Then they get past the ultimate mountain. And every year they're doing this, he is still doing the dance with the NFL.
True.
And they're okay with it because he won them a natty. Some people like watching in the corner. We're not going to judge.
Fair.
Yeah. Michigan fans are all in the corner right now watching.
Yes, they are.
Including you?
I'm not a Michigan fan, Nick. See, look at what I'm wearing today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next, it is the video that's now being broken down in sports.
Are we doing it?
We
made
it.
We made it 3.5 hours.
We
Well,
almost
it is
made
in
the whole
content.
show.
It
It
is
is in content.
That's true.
We're not
I'm
going to
I'm-
spend all day on it.
Thank you. I'm happy that we didn't spend
And-
segments on this topic.
And Jane Slater of the NFL Network has a very important question for a couple of fan bases.
Okay.
On 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
It's pro time, Nebraska. The Omaha Supernovas, your Major League Volleyball team, are about to hit the court. Mark your calendars for January 24th at 7 p.m. when we host the first ever Pro Volleyball Federation match against the Atlanta Vibe at the CHI Health Center. Witness world-class talent, including national champions and Olympians. Don't wait. Secure your single match tickets today at supernovas.com to become a part of history.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Rock from the darker side. Disturbed live. Get up, among it down with the sickness. Take back your life tour. January 29th. CHI Health Center Arena. New album, Divisive. Available now. With special guest, Falling in Reverse. And Plush. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Disturbed live.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members, FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all of your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, let's get to some content, Nick.
Josh, name a Beatles song.
Day in the Life.
Nope. Yesterday, Ohio State upset Caitlin Clark in number 2 Iowa in Columbus. Sad. After the game, it was the typical court system by the fans.
Court storm.
Court storm by the fans. But this one claimed a victim, Clark, who got blindsided by an oncoming Buckeye fan.
So there have been new videos of this. The original was from the fan cam in the stands.
Mm-hmm.
She's running off the floor. Here comes a fan running. And then they just, how they don't see each other.
You don't know. The fan, you see what she's doing? She's
Oh,
holding a...
of course, always holding a camera. But how does Caitlin Clark not see this person? I mean,
Probably
she's
was-
right in front of her. Now, there are other views. Notice how Caitlin Clark takes the fall.
Are you saying
there
that
are,
she's
there
a
are
flopper?
people saying that
Are
she
you-
is a flopper.
Are you saying she's
Here's
a flopper?
one more video from the behind the backboard cam.
Behind the backboard.
Look at how the arms go up in the exaggerated motion.
If if you're totally blindsided, though,
there's a lot going on.
You're not blindsided.
John.
She's right there. You can see her.
See, but
People have trouble
Caitlin
seeing
Clark
things
has to have
all the
good
time.
peripheral vision
in
the way she
first-
plays
Well,
basketball.
one of the angles, she was actually looking up, and I just think that it happened so last second. So what's the question here, Nick?
All of you who like rioting and vandalism in your sports must be happy today, huh?
I'm very proud of us for not talking about this thing all day long.
Well, as you who
I love court
supports
storming.
rioting and vandalism
Court
in
storming
sports.
is so fun. I
Yeah, I'm
sent
sure
you
it was
the
a lot-
picture
it was
of
a-
Creighton fans court storming, and you were like, "Thank you, Josh.
Black
this is
Blake.
a great picture." You made it a background on.
Nobody
thing.
got
I
hurt.
believe it's on your computer. Is it not?
Yes, it is.
Delete that background, or forever speak your piece. God, what a goofy moment! What a goofy moment!
It was
in
a
time.
very goofy moment, but now you have many people, and of course it's Caitlin Clark, who's a polarizing figure in and of herself.
Yeah.
In that there are many people that don't like her too.
Dumb people
who are thinking that she was flopping and was over exaggerating the contact. Again,
Nick,
If
like
she
you have a
were
take.
Gotta be careful
flopping, who would she be flopping for?
The cameras.
All of the various cameras
I don't think she
around?
flopped. For the
Was-
record, I want it on the record. I don't think she flopped.
Because there's a
I
lot
was
of
only bringing up what the other people are saying.
Many are saying
the other dumb people. Another season has come and gone without the Bills in the Super Bowl.
Wow, Nick.
Let alone the AFC title game. Will Josh Allen and Buffalo ever get over the hump?
He is now 5-5 as a quarterback starting in playoff games. With this loss, he has a 21-4 touchdown to INT ratio, John, in his career.
That's incredibly good.
2 years ago, he had 9 touchdowns and 0 picks, and they only went 1-1 in the playoffs. I am saying these things to ultimately say, I do think they will get over the hump. I think that he is a good enough quarterback. I think that he fits a similar trajectory to many quarterbacks over the years that have struggled. The issue for him is that the best quarterback on the planet is in his conference. And as we talked about earlier, Joe Burrow is going to be back on the field. He beat him last season in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson, the soon-to-be MVP, is also in his conference. The best rookie quarterback, also in his conference. That's C.J. Stroud. And then who knows who else will get drafted and signed. I mean, look, old man Aaron Rodgers could put together a solid season if he were to stay healthy beyond the first 4 plays.
Mr. Ayahuasca.
I'm going to believe that he will be able to because I think he is good enough. But, man, this was their chance. Finally had the Chiefs at home. This was their chance.
It was definitely their chance. Now, I thought their game plan was fairly sound. They were trying to play keep away. They were trying to grind out drives. They had famously until the very end, no plays over 20 yards. They weren't trying to hit deep shots. They were trying to work the clock, protect their defense, and keep Patrick Mahomes off the field, which I thought was a sound strategy, and it would have worked had it not been for those darn kids. But I think with a little more fortifying, this is why I think the whole talk about firing, Sean McDermott was
9/11
ridiculous.
boy.
I think they're
never forget.
I think they're in good shape. They just need to pick up a couple more pieces on defense, get another good receiver on offense.
Josh Allen move on from Diggs.
Going on from those numbers, Josh Allen is good enough. He has played good enough to be further in the playoffs than he has been. It is not Josh Allen's fault.
Jane Slater of NFL Network says she believes it's harder to be a Bills fan than a Cowboys fan. Guys, should we try to find an actual authentic Cowboys fan and an actual authentic Bills fan and have them debate?
Embrace debate. Bring Matt Schick on the program again. Talk about
Who would we find to represent Dallas?
A very handsome individual.
That's highly unlikely. Every Cowboy fan I've ever known is ugly as ass.
Harder to be a Bills fan than a Cowboys fan. I don't know. People revel in Dallas's failures more than Buffalo's failures. I think it's harder to be a Cowboys fan.
That's because you bring it on yourselves
What
with
have
your
I-
nonstop
what have I ever done?
Magas team nonsense.
What if I never say MAGA.
Everyone loves us because we're America's team. Oh, what about look at us, look at us.
And they hate us because they ain't us. It's a combo of the two.
We're glad we're not like you. Because unlike all other NFC teams but Washington.
That's a tough list. Now, real quick, that's an obvious take, right? I mean, Buffalo doesn't even have a Super Bowl. I can whine all I want about since
Does
1996.
depend on your age. Yeah.
Yes, it's 96. I haven't seen them in the NFC Championship game, but like, I mean, they've made one since then, and they lost in that game. Like, we're both, it's handshake memes up and down. But at least Dallas, if you go back 5 years before that, they have 3 Super Bowls. So, yeah, of course it's worse to be a Bills fan. And it's cold. Dude, it's so cold in Buffalo. You wake up in Buffalo today, not only is your team eliminated, it's cold.
Yeah, but
and dark.
Wouldn't it suck to know that you wake up every day knowing that your owner is Jerry Jones and you'll never win another Super Bowl?
I mean, that does suck.
At least with Buffalo, there's that glimmer of hope.
They almost had Trump as their owner. There could have been some MAGA handshake memes going on. Yeah. I mean, the guy invented it. Well, he stole it from Reagan.
The handshake?
No, the MAGA.
That's true. Michelle Tafoya
nailed it.
Believes this is it for Travis Kelce, that the kayfabe boyfriend of Taylor Swift will retire at the end of the season. Do you think this could happen?
It could.
I know. I haven't listened to the audio. What did she say?
Well, she's just speculating, as others are, that this kayfabe romance.
Okay,
and
so
other
she's
things.
saying it's about Taylor Swift.
Well, part of it, but the other part is he is getting older. His brother just retired.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
It hasn't been officially announced, but
right,
yeah, he's
but,
going to
I mean,
retire.
he's retiring.
Yeah. He is 34.
You know, he didn't have the best season of his career.
Fewest touchdowns since 2019.
That the timing would seem to work out, especially if the Chiefs win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That could be it for him.
Fewest yards since 2015.
I think it's very possible. I'm not saying it is going to happen, but I do think it. I think it's something worth watching.
I would agree with you. I think it's certainly a thing that could happen. His production, I mean, pretty much down across the board. Lowest yards per catch of his entire career. Fewest yards in a season since 2015. I already mentioned the touchdown stuff.
It's
he
almost
had some
like he
drops.
got bitten by a talent vampire. Something that came and bit him and sucked
John,
some of the talent out of his body.
It's called father time. You know, you're old. You know what father time has done to you and your body. You're tired all the time.
He do be old.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all. It would make sense, honestly.
I'd give him another year.
And then he and his kayfabe girlfriend could join the WWE, and they could be the new Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth.
I hope that he still does commercials because I like the Maato one. I think that one is funny. It's one of the few commercials I actually recognize on TV.
Wait, you don't know about Two Hot Coffees, but
I
you
know.
know about Mahomes and Maato?
Get over here, Maato. It's funny.
Two Hot Coffees.
All right, Nick, what were you going to ask?
I was just going to say, what still makes you think that this is a kayfabe romance, John?
John makes fun of people for believing in conspiracy theories, yet with all the evidence in the world that they're falling in love, he won't
What
believe
evidence
this
do
is
you have?
the hearts, the love,
The constant support for each other?
Again,
he's traveled to Brazil during a bye week. That's a long
He
trip.
didn't have to do that.
So
He did this, John.
he's
remember?
rich. He can afford it.
Remember when he did that?
A lot of people are rich and can do a lot of things, but they don't.
That's no proof. I need more proof.
What
See, but
other
even if
proof do you
they
need,
got
John?
married and had a kid, you'd be like, they're having
It's
the
a
kid
kayfabe
to
baby.
save the marriage. Exactly.
Oh, I mean,
It's not a real baby.
you
It's
can-
an actor.
I mean,
That
you can
baby's a
fake
paid
those.
actor.
I mean, she could wear like a bodysuit.
Well, there was a conspiracy theory back in the day that's what who's Jay-Z's wife? Beyonce had a fake pregnancy. This was a conspiracy theory on the internet.
Listen, if
Very fun.
Beyonce is capable of doing
I don't know if I've
such a
seen that
thing,
one.
Her stomach was
certainly
like all-
Taylor Swift is
I'll find it
capable
for you.
of the
Oh.
same thing because these divas all like to one up each other,
Wow.
and they could kayfabe twins.
I'm gonna find it for you, Nick. It's a fun thing.
Rent a couple of babies, newborns from a couple, and
Rent a baby?
yeah, hey, these are our kids. It's a great storyline. Vince McMahon has not retired yet.
Unfortunately. The Eagles have made moves on the defensive side of the ball, but Nick Sirianni remains their head coach. As noted last week, the Cowboys are bringing back Mike McCarthy. Do either of these moves open up the division for either the Commanders or Giants?
No, but it just reconfirms that this division is returned to its previously former state as hot garbage. Because the Commanders, I mean, now there's still hope that the Commanders with competent ownership might start to make moves to turn things around. The Giants look like a ship lost at sea.
Hell yeah.
The winner of this division next year might have 8 wins.
8 wins? No way.
7?
I was thinking 14. No, it does not open the
Maybe
division.
14 between them, all 4 teams. 14
Either of
wins
those
between
teams are not going to win. Those teams are goobers. Washington or the Giants. Like, get out of here.
They should rename
But
that
the
division
Commanders
the
have the
Goober
cool
division.
black uniform.
No, they don't,
that-
Nick.
no.
They're not cool.
They're so cool.
I'm going to watch Nick watched more of that stupid Thursday game because of history being made than he did the Dolphins in the playoffs.
That's not true.
All because someone was willingly allowing themselves to be exposed to his rancid mouth.
Ugh, gross. Oh, yeah. When are you going back to the dentist?
Wednesday.
Oh, that's why
I
you're
won't
not
be
coming
here.
to work on Wednesday.
I'm not going to try that again.
Unreal.
I couldn't talk. It was a disaster.
Is your dentist office at the former Fort Calhoun nuclear power plant? Because it's the only place that's safe enough to guard against whatever seeps out of your mouth.
By the way, John, David texts into the show and says that you want to be in the room while they make passionate love. Would that allow you to
horny
say,
John!
yeah, you want to be in the corner? Is
No,
that what
I
you're
would
going
not.
on here?
Listen,
I
there's
wanna
not going
watch.
to be enough room for me because
I'll
Jason Kelsey will already be in there bare-chested.
Nice.
And drunk.
Maybe. I mean, he's a
Maybe.
big man.
He is
He
a
probably
big
takes
man.
a lot of booze.
And there are people that have acted those scenes before. There's a whole film. There's a whole film category dedicated.
You can't fake that kind of passion, John.
Passion.
Bradford, Don't Call Me Dr. Doolittle of ESPN put together a list of 5 potential breakout teams in Major League Baseball this season. The Red Sox topped the list, followed by the Mets, Pirates, Nats, and Cardinals. Good list?
Any list that includes breakout and the Mets probably isn't a good list because they will find ways to ruin it. The Pirates, though, I think the Pirates could be a good team this year. They got
have a great stadium.
They do have a great stadium.
It's so
they
cool.
They have a very young core that they can work
Like
with.
the
and
Packers?
a good organization. The Nationals starting to benefit from the trade that they made with Juan Soto. I'm not sure about the Cardinals.
Interesting that there was only one team that you didn't agree with on there.
They added Matt Carpenter. That's a nice free agent signing.
Isn't that guy old?
Yes.
Nailed it.
So
baseball. Just joshing.
Let's talk about Byung-Hyun Kim again.
No, he will not be on any of those.
I hope it's the Pirates because of their stadium.
Well,
Very fun stadium.
I don't want the Pirates to be good.
Because they're in your division.
It's in my division.
Well, fine. The Red Sox, the Sox. You want Fenway back in the postseason?
No.
It's
Fenway
October.
Pack.
Yeah.
Overrated ballpark.
The Mets for Michael Severe, and he can remind us that he doesn't watch baseball.
And the Strokes.
That's true.
I don't really care about the Nationals and Cardinals. They've had enough success in their lives. I want them to turn into the Major League Baseball Cowboys. Does that sound right to you?
Wow.
That would
Baseball
be,
glory.
I mean, they are. They're evil, just like.
And they barely make it to the championship series anymore.
Last night, the Clippers trailed the Nets 114-103 with 5 minutes left in the game. They'd end the game on a 22-0 run and pick up the victory in the cover. Would you describe this as a bad beat?
Ooh, not great, John. Not good at all.
What? You mean you choke a double-digit lead to lose by double digits?
And they still cover.
I'm just glad John said the word choke and didn't do that noise.
Oh, now he's going to do the noise.
I'm not going to do the noise.
Do the noise, John.
No, I'm not going to do the noise.
Oh, Josh.
Sorry.
I'm not going to do the noise.
Email from Blake says that Travis Kelce has already said he's not retiring. Plus, the source is incredible. He says he's coming back, baby.
We don't know this. He could change his mind.
By the way,
Vince
Nick,
McMahon could say, you know what? It works better in the script because WrestleMania is just right around the corner that you and Taylor show up.
They break up at WrestleMania.
Travis Kelce has gone to Royal
and then
Rumble
and then
before.
she takes on
All right.
Rob Gronkowski as her new client, and Gronk and Kelsey have a match at WrestleMania.
John, I know I've said this to you before and need to say it again. Taylor Swift is a bad actress. I've watched her act.
So is
it's
Gronk.
not good.
Have you seen him in these commercials?
So this
I
is
think Gronk
real
is a
because
moron.
Taylor Swift can't act.
It's not like all WWE performers are great actors either.
I know, but it would be noticeable, is what I'm saying, if
You
we
mean
saw
it's
Taylor
not
Swift
noticeable?
acting.
I mean, have
through
you
this.
seen the way she cheers at these games? It looks so forced.
Does it?
Yeah, it's very forced.
I don't think it is.
don't
That's
think
what
so
people
either.
say about her, though. No, I don't remember what I was going to say.
Bad beat. Did we answer that?
Nah, who cares?
It was
Basketball.
It was a bad beat.
Okay, bad beat.
Bad beat.
Oh, Gronk. I think he's bad on TV. I think he sucks.
That dumb insurance commercial.
Well, he's doing the FanDuel thing.
Oh.
Yes.
Great partners of ours. But yeah, I'm just out on. I think I'm out on Gronk. Again, Stibbs was right about another thing or person.
Yeah.
All right.
It's too bad Stibbs isn't here to still enjoy the fruits of his wisdom.
Oh, I'm right here.
And his
But he would
rightness.
also have to call Mitch Holtz every Wednesday. And wow, he would hate that.
Yeah, that's true.
They made Stibbs. They're in the AFC title game again. 6 straight years. His whole life, he said they'll never do anything good.
It's gross.
Now they have the best player in the sport.
Mahomes has never not been there.
Get over here, Otto.
All right, coming up next, we're going back to Detroit for What's for Dinner.
Oh, Detroit style pizza?
Mom
Hell
spaghetti?
yes.
No, it is not Detroit style pizza.
Oh, dude, my stomach is now rumbling. I'm hungry.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... Exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Woodhouse Hyundai offers a streamlined car buying experience tailored to you. With the most versatile lineup of sedans and SUVs like the Hyundai Elantra or Santa Fe. Plus, your choice of standard engines, plug-in hybrid, or fully electric vehicles. Browse our current offers and save up to $12,000 off the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5 Limited. And when you shop Woodhouse Hyundai, you can rest easy with Hyundai Shopper Assurance, America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Start your deal online at woodhousehyundai.com today. Browse our inventory, personalize your payments, apply for financing, and more. Convenience delivered every time. This is Woodhouse Hyundai. With approved credit, tax title license extra. Must finance with Hyundai Financial and own competitive model. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires January 31st, 2024. See dealer for details.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Progressive presents 10 things on a contractor's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Bidding a new client, giving an accurate estimate, finding affordable materials, getting a client to pay you for work you already did, getting a client to pay you, period, securing permits and workers and tools, getting those workers and tools to work together, and finding the perfect pair of overalls. Pockets, baby. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Hey everybody, it's Jimmy Allen and former Nebraska quarterback Adrian Martinez. You know the After Hours Lounge is open from 6 to 8 p.m. when the sports schedule allows. And guess what? I'm stopping by from time to time. When Rob Love's off for the night, Adrian's going to stop by and talk all things Nebraska football, what he's been up to in the NFL, and you know we're going to still talk all things high school sports. And who knows what we'll get into. Maybe you'll get to ask me some questions, so stop by from 6 to 8 p.m. and check out the show. Brought to you by Bellevue University and Papillion Sanitation here on 1620 The Zone.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Honestly, everybody sucks.
I mean, look.
I suck. Don't cut me.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right. Well, today, What's for Dinner takes us back to Detroit. Where
yes.
this picture made its way around the internet of a Lions fan sitting in the stands at Ford Field with a giant sandwich. This sandwich stacked, think of it like a giant shish kebab.
It's about 3 feet tall.
It's a 3 foot long. In fact, it literally is called the Yard of Sandwich because somebody was able to do a little investigative research and discover that this is the 50-yard sub sandwich bar.
Do you see how much it costs there, John?
$250.
Apparently, this guy does this every week. I heard them talking about it on the Happer show earlier.
Well, this is for the clubs and suite season ticket holders.
Sure.
For the Detroit Lions. So they have all of these giant feasts. In fact, we've got the full menu.
And it's very blurry.
Yeah, it is. Well, because the screenshot was not very clear, so it's as good as it can get. But there's a chicken focaccia flatbread you can get for $130. All of these are
mac
meant
and cheese.
All of these are meant to serve 10 to 12 fans.
That makes sense. I was wondering why a guy would have a sandwich that big. You can't even put your mouth around it.
I think I speak for all of us when I say at some point we've all wanted a Scooby-Doo-ass sandwich.
I have never wanted a Scooby-Doo-ass sandwich, Nick.
You can't eat it.
It's stupid. I think that's moronic, and I think this guy is a moron. I'm out on this human being.
I love this guy.
He's
canceled.
I hope he is sharing. I hope he's not buying this all by himself.
Hey, maybe he's rich.
Because you can't eat all that. Not during a game.
Happer asked me this morning if I'd be willing to spend, $250?
That's like 4 concert
sandwich.
shirts for Nick.
I said I would for the experience.
You what? Nick, this is why you have no money for food.
Yeah, you keep spending
That is food.
You keep spending your money on these weird experiences.
Just buy food.
Like
buy a normal dinner, not sandwiches that are $250.
Underwater industrial porn.
Yes,
concerts.
and your concert shirts. It sounds like we're going to have I don't remember exactly what she called it. Nick's going to hate this. A chicken parm style thing with these chicken chunks that we have in the air fryer. So it'll be breaded chicken parm. With
That's
some obviously with some pasta. I'm very excited. I'm so hungry. What are you having?
Eating leftover. We had a nice soup and sandwich last night. Not this kind of sandwich.
That stupid
Little
sandwich.
sliders, little ham and cheese.
What are you having,
sliders.
Nick?
Pasta bake.
Okay, that doesn't sound so bad. Are you eating solo?
Nope.
Yeah, it didn't seem like a solo meal for Nick. Solo meals for Nick are rice.
Well, he's
Or
got to
Taco
get all
Bell.
his solids in now because after the delousing on Wednesday, he's going to have to eat everything through a straw.
Bye.